Did that help it? Yeah. Okay, so good morning, everybody. Everything's gonna be muted. Everything's gonna be muted. Everything's gonna be muted in every scene. Because the test stream happened on my desktop and the stream's happening on my laptop. And so all of the stream audio I was doing for the past like months or so was monitor only output, and I forgot to switch them. So every single scene is going to be muted until I manually unmute it. But I guess that's what the first stream is for. Welcome back, everybody. Hello. I I'm gonna start reading the chat now instead of scrolling back up. But good morning, Ang. Good morning, Oh, hey, Kiwi. Kiwi, how come you don't reply to any of my messages? I found myself in a bind again the other day, and you were nowhere to be found. Good morning, Liana. Good morning, Amiibo. I talked to you yesterday. Hey, what's up, Titanium? Hey, Pernetic. Hey, Cyber. Kiwi ducks me too, don't feel bad. Yeah, it's whack. But I'm glad you were able to make it to the stream, Kiwi. Good morning, Fish Titan. Welcome back. An official good morning to everyone, says Fish Titan. It's a decent morning. It's a decent morning. It's like it's not cold. It's not cold. If I hadn't just gotten back from Washington, I would say it's a little chilly this morning. But nah, it's freaking sick. I'm only wearing this sweater because I bought this sweater while I was in Washington, and I'm trying to I have a meeting after I end this stream, and I still haven't washed it yet. It still smells like the thrift store I bought it in. But I'm trying to wear it in. I'm trying to get it in. Look at this. Look at how far it comes past my wrist. This is so rare for me, guys, to find a sweater that actually does the thing. Survive the north. I've been to the north and back, and I have tales to tell. Look at this. Look at this. I haven't seen blue, guys. I haven't seen a proper blue sky, and it feels like ages now. Granted, I got back at night, but the next morning when I saw that blue sky, oh man, I was feeling it. Thanks for 100 bits, Titanium. Correct sweater length, gang. Yeah, it's so hard to find. It's so hard to find. I don't want to say how much I spent on this sweater. I'll just say this. I'll say I spent the amount of money on this sweater that I would expect to spend on a sweater that no one has worn before. This sweater was very much used, and I spent what I consider to be new money, brand new, made for me money on it. Are we in a hype train yet? Yes, we're in a level 2 hype train. Thanks, guys for that. Thanks, guys, for that. Oh, I'm missing my mug of water. I'm missing my mug of water. I might have to go get that at a certain point. That is a nice sweater, says Amiibo. Thank you, Amiibo. And hello, Donut Clown. New money, old threads. Yeah, that's what it feels like. That's what it feels like. I definitely spent new money for this old sweater. But I'll get to it. I'll get to it in the check-in. Okay, so for anybody that's in this stream, that was not in my stream I did last week, I did a very long extended check-in last week to kind of clean out the tank, I guess, so that today's check-in wouldn't be super, super long. But if you missed that stream, just know that my check-in, you can do your 8-month check-in if you like, but my check-in will not be an 8-month check-in. My check-in will be, hi, Cyber. Thanks for oh crap. You know what? Okay, see, I'm actually going to scroll up for a second. I'll leave whenever you do the intro. Maybe you can get water then. Yeah, when I said that, Cyber, I was timing it in my head to see if I could. I was like, can I make it into the kitchen, get the mug, fill it up with water, get back into my room before the intro ends? And I think I can. The problem is I'm getting water out of this Brita filter that only lets out a little bit of water at a time, so it's kind of one of those. You're sitting there and you're waiting for a while. Where's Oswald, says Liana. Where's the Oswald sweater? Or where's my Oswald plushes? I actually almost wore my Oswald sweater when I was getting on, but then I saw my new sweater in my duffel bag, and I was like, nah, I gotta break in the new sweater. Um, hold on. Emotes are back, says right. Yeah, wow. Things are working somewhat. Thank you for the 100 bits, Cyber. Thank you. Yeah, you came in my stream and told me you were retiring, says Kiwi. I did retire. You know, my parents retired about 10 years ago and they still work. I'm not exactly sure what retirement means. Maybe that's what it is, Kiwi. I don't actually know what the meaning of the word retirement is. It's been a minute since I've been on Twitch, says right. Oh, you just haven't been coming on here. I've still been kind of hanging around. I just haven't been producing anything. Hey, what's up, Jesse? How are you doing? Hey, Stormtrooper. Oh, Stormtrooper. Hey, Stormtrooper. Welcome back. The mug. Oh, the Oswald mug. I'm an idiot. Thanks, Liana. Yeah, I'll go grab it during the intro, I think. Oh my god. Okay, so here's the thing. In Streamlabs, which I just moved from Streamlabs to OBS for this stream, in Streamlabs, the chat's huge, and technically you can make it big in OBS too. And that's kind of what I'm doing. I'm like manually expanding the chat so that it's actually readable. There we go. Oh, and do I need that? No, I don't need that. I can make that smaller, actually. Yeah. No one knows what retirement oh yeah, this is true. No one knows what retirement means in our generation anyway, says Bernetic. Yeah. I don't think I'm actually going to, and I've said this jokingly, but I don't actually think I'm going to get to retire. Like, I think that I might be the first official generation where that's, like, not really a thing anymore. It's like the thing of the past. I don't think I'm going to retire. I think I'm just going to work until I die. I definitely know what requirement means, says Cyber. You've collected all the level 1 emotes. Wow. Thanks, guys, for the hype train. I really do appreciate it. Retirement feels like an incomplete way of thinking about life. Realistically, humans work until they die. Oh, humans work or they die. Not necessarily for pay, but it's kind of what we do. Yeah, people are always making stuff, creating stuff. I miss that blue sky, baby. Oh, wow. Pick a number between 1 and 32. Who did it? Why am I getting the chat rules? Why is it telling me the rules? It was Kiwi. Kiwi, pick a number between 1 and 32. Working day and night. I like that emote. I haven't done a pull-up in like 2 weeks now. It's really sad. I don't know how many millennials believe they'll retire unless they're making the big bucks, I guess. I don't know how many millennials believe they'll retire. Yeah. I mean, obviously, it depends on how much money you're making. I'm not making enough money to even think about retirement. I'm making just enough money to think about sustaining life. Sustaining life at this point. That redeem is very quiet, says Kit. Oh, is it? I went quiet because I was trying to think about what I could do on my end to change that. My question for Cyber, you gotta change the OBS monitor setting for the redeems. We can hear the sound from your laptop speaker. Oh. Is that the only way you're hearing it? Yeah, that's probably the only way you're hearing it. That's why they're quiet. Yeah. Thank you. Thanks, guys. Thanks, guys. Hold on. It's fixed. It's fixed. I fixed it. Everything's fixed now. You know what's oh crap, the sun's gonna get in the camera. Okay, guys, I can't dilly-dally here for too long. We're almost 15 minutes into the stream, and I actually haven't started the stream.
Now, Colt, no matter what, no fighting. Oh, come. No fighting.
Could you guys hear that one? Did that one make any sound? Anyways, and I haven't actually started the stream, so I do need to kind of like speed through this really quick. My question for Cyber. Oh my, look it! Look it! And it doesn't even look, it looks like 10% as good through that camera that it does in real life. The sun's gonna get in the camera, so I have to make some slight adjustments to the stream, and then I actually have to start the stream. My question for Cyber is going to be, what is a new thing that you're doing this holiday season that you haven't done previously? There's some big assumptions on my part. Yeah, there's some big assumptions on my part. Hopefully there's an answer to that. Hey, what's up, James? I'm doing well. I hope you're doing well as well. But if you're not, I will get to it in the check-in if you're still around. We don't retire. We burn out and become disabled. Oh, man. I shouldn't have laughed at that. Thanks, Abby. But yeah, I'm somewhere between the burnout and disability phase in my life, I suppose. I got to get up in 6 hours for work, says Jean Joe, who's going to sleep now. Goodbye, Jean Joe. Thank you so much for being here. I hope you get a lot of great rest. And it was nice to see you for my first stream back. Hello, Shaggy. How are you doing? I hope you're doing well. Cyber answering my question now says we went to a laser show, and it was kind of a waste of time because it was a Costco-sized parking lot with a tiny screen, and we had to walk 2 city blocks to actually see the screen. Lasers. Screen and lasers. So Merry Christmas. Well, at least you're trying new things, Cyber. I'm probably going to be doing the same thing this holiday season that I've done every holiday season. I like the grimdark discussion right now. That's the vibe, says Umbe. I'm going to be blocking out the sun from the camera live right now. I'm going to do that live really quick, and then I'm going to start the stream, I promise. But thank you so much, everybody, for being here. I do really appreciate you for carving out the time. There's going to be a reasonable amount of hiccups in today's stream. A reasonable amount. And they're all going to be audio-based, I'm pretty sure. They're all going to be audio-based, I'm quite sure. Just keep that in mind, yeah? Yeah? Just remember I said that, and so while they're happening, you're like, oh, yeah. He warned us about this. He said that this is a thing that we could expect. A thing that we should expect. A thing that we... Did he do it? Did he do it? Almost. That's hard, bro. That's hard. Okay. I'm fed. I'm rested. I'm shaved. I'm live. Okay. I just barely made that. I almost fell over. But I can't do it without the water. I think it's all of the talking. I also forgot to remove this. Okay. Oh, you're getting them out there. You're getting them out there. You're getting them out there. Wow, that's bright. Oh crap. Anywho, yeah, I know all the scenes are muted. Thanks for saying something though, guys. I do know. It's just that it takes me every time I switch to a scene, it's gonna take me about somewhere between 5 to 7 seconds to actually unmute the scene because I have to like do it manually, and I can't do it from my piano keyboard. My piano keyboard? Okay, so I took out all the plants. The only reason I didn't take out Firo is because Firo hasn't gotten his haircut yet, so he's still too big to actually fit in frame. However, I can put him behind me. It just would have required me to actually get up because I can't grab him with one hand. So give me a second. Also, if Kiwi's still here, I forgot what number you picked for my bow tie. If you're still here, you can remind me because it'll take forever for me to scroll up. It'll take forever for me to scroll up. But I think it'll just have to go behind me. Pharaoh's okay. Yeah, see, if I try to put him on the keyboard, he's like touching the ceiling right now. He's touching the. I guess I can put him here. He's still in view. He's still in view. I'm gonna cut like right here. I'm gonna cut a good foot off of him. It's just untenable at this point. She said 12. All right. I'll get up again. Let me go grab that. I feel like this one's gonna not look great with the ensemble I'm wearing today, but I'm using the monochrome the monochrome, I guess. I almost said syndrome. Wow, the monochrome technique where it's just as long as it's black and white, it can only look so bad. Like it has a very high floor, I suppose. It's weird seeing the BRB screen with no audio. Normally it slams me with bass. Oh yeah, it has no audio now. That's actually the old hold screen. There's a new hold screen, and I out of habit, I guess, muscle memory, I pressed the old hold screen, which I should delete actually. I should just straight up delete it. Oh, I didn't give, like, a close-up. I guess I can give a close-up. This is, like, the pattern we're dealing with right now. It's kind of like diamonds. There's diamonds in it. Look at those blue skies. I mean, the clouds... Here's the thing. Here's the thing, guys. Here's the thing. I actually love clouds. I'm a big cloud fan. I love cloud formations. I love cloudy skies. I like overcast. But there is one major thing I noticed when flying back from Washington. Washington's clouds are just thicker, I think. Because I flew back and it was overcast here in LA. Like, it was overcast yesterday. But the sun still kind of... Like, it's overcast, but it's bright. It's like this really bright, like... You know when you and your friends want to go out to take photos during an overcast day because the lighting is so even, everything's so even lit, there's like no shadows? It's like that. It's like bright but no shadows. That's what a cloudy day feels like in LA. In Washington, it was like... It wasn't so bright. It wasn't so bright. They were... Like, this is what a cloudy day looks like to me. There's still a little bit of blue peeking through. And even when it's like kind of complete... You know, the cloud cover is complete where you don't have a lot of blue peeking through. There's still, like, light. I don't know how to put it. It's just thinner clouds, I think, because they're blocking the sun, but they're not really blocking the light. Whereas in Washington, I felt like it was just, like, 6 p.m. all day, you know? Or I guess, like, 5 a.m. all day. It always looked like that. Until it didn't. Anyways, that's the bow tie today. Thank you, Kiwi, for paying for that one. I appreciate it. Currently in the Seattle. The sky is literally just light gray, says Banks. I believe you. They are way thicker, says Kit. Yeah, I believe it. Right Bean says it's dark when it's cloudy here. Like dusk comes early. She got that Stratus on her, says. Says Titanium. Oh, boy. Okay. We're in the check-in, guys. You can hand in your check-ins whenever you want. Diva Panda's here. I love your bow tie. Thanks, Diva. I appreciate that. Thank you for being here. I didn't even realize you were in here. This is my first stream back for a while. I was away for a second. I have a lot of bow ties, but this is the 12th one. It was chosen by Kiwi. It was chosen by Kiwi today. Eddie says, hi, Omni. How's it going? I'm about to get into it, but the general is, it's going all right. I have no big complaints, no massive complaints today. My boss needs to get to this performance review so I can start listening again, says Shaggy. Tell your boss I says, hey, Shaggy. Actually, don't tell him I says anything. Is your boss pretty cool? Diva says, it's you, though. Of course I'm going to be here. I was super vibing your pound. Oh, you were here a while ago then. You were chilling. Thank you, Diva. I played some new ones. I made some new songs in the 8 years that I've been gone. Fish Titan says, I'm in Alaska and it's weirdly dark even for the morning. And the wind's blowing a lot of snow through the air. Screw that. Screw wind. Screw snow. Screw dark mornings. Screw dark 30. Zero dark mornings. Dudlick? Am I reading that right? Dudlick says, loved seeing you live again today. Glad you're back. Welcome back, Dudlick. Was your username always that? Did you have a different username? Do I need to compile like 2 different profiles in my head? Because I don't remember that username. I like it though. It really rolls off the tongue. If I'm saying it correctly anyway. Umbe says, wish I was in Alaska. Snowed in, to be honest. Thanks for this. Oh, Lindsay, thanks for gifting Eddie Cosmo a subscription. Gifting a sub? I haven't had to say that in a while. I kind of fumbled over it. Oh, Agnes, your clothes are falling off. There you go. A quick check-in. Actually, it's going to be a little bit of a chunky check-in for me. Lindsay said, was the clock always in the bump? No. All of the bumps have been changed. Every season, I tweak them slightly, right? So now for the check-in, there is a clock in the card. One of the main reasons that there's a clock in the card is to show how accurately the check-in is happening. If you look at the clock in the card for the check-in, it actually says 10 o'clock. And it's supposed to kind of like, if I go into the check-in and we're way off of 10 o'clock, I know everybody's in different time zones, but it's like really for me. It's for me to look at, and so I'll feel bad if I'm like getting to the check-in at like 11 o'clock or 10:30 or something. But today we were pretty on time. It's 10:10 now. We've been in the check-in for about 8 minutes. So that was pretty on top of it. Fish Titan says general check-in. General check-in? Oh crap. What is that a joke from? Is that a How I Met Your Mother joke? General? If that's a How I Met Your Mother joke, I feel gross. I don't wanna reference that show. That show made me upset. Scrolling up, Fish Titan says general check-in. Oh my god. I've had to scroll up 9 times. Everything's pretty bad. Financially, mentally, physically, etc. Too much stuff to go into detail though. Fish Titan, I'm sending you all my positivity because oh man, I'm so happy. Fish Titan, I'm happy that I didn't have to check in 1 month ago. Because and I'm not gonna get into it either because of a lot of details, but October and November by extension were maybe the worst months I've had since moving into this apartment. They were hard, and so I'm sending you all the best. I hope that it improves soon. At least in my life, I really feel like there's a lot of this, and so whenever things get truly bad, I'm like, all right, well, it's got to get good, right? Like it can only go up from here, and so I'm hoping your up from here stage initiates soon, maybe in the new year. I mean, this year's pretty much a wash, right? This year's pretty much done for. I don't know about any improvements this year for anything. But I'm hoping 2023 brings you good tidings. It's Christmas, huh? Christmas is a thing, huh? I can hear the plane, but I can't see it. That's another thing that weirded me out about Seattle. Hearing a lot of helicopters and planes and not being able to see them because of the clouds. Scrolling. Jelly. Thank you for the sub. Jelly. Good to see everyone, says Jelly Star. Thank you for the sub, Jelly Star. Goodness gracious. 22 months. What if it took us that long to gestate a baby? Every time I see the month thing, of course I immediately think of babies, but like, ooh, what if it stayed in there for that long? Ugh. Yucky. Do babies, do babies breathe? Something to think about. Something to think about. I, like, you know how people have water births? And sometimes the baby will come out and it'll, like, be in the water for a little while? How come we're not worried about... Like, what makes the baby start breathing? Air, you know? What makes it go from, like, tube give me everything to suddenly I gotta, like... What makes it... Like, when the baby comes out and it starts screaming, what's that all about? What's it breathing before that? Because, like, isn't it just in there with a bunch of goo? When it comes out and starts screaming, doesn't it cough up all that goo? Guys, the most I know about baby birth is that one scene in The Matrix where Keanu Reeves comes out of the goo and he's like, ugh, and he has to pull the thing. He has to pull his umbilical cord out of his... They have to cough up all the goo, right? Like Neo in The Matrix when the baby comes out. I'm wasting so much time. I got to get back to the check-ins. But thank you so much for the 22-month sub, Jelly Star. I really appreciate it. Wouldn't it be wild, Jelly Star, if babies were in there for 22 months? Just breathing in that goo? Amiibo's here. Amiibo says check-in. Decided to walk instead of taking the bus. Great exercise, but horribly cold. Amiibo, why did you do that? Yo, I was saying that to Brunetic when I was up in Washington. I was like looking at people like jogging in the rain. I was like, y'all are crazy. Stop doing that. I'm joking though, of course. I mean, a lot of people adapt to their environments. And if you can exercise, if you can get it, this is pissing me off. I feel like my mom, when she was like always trying to get me to stand up straight. I don't like seeing homeboy all curled up like that. I need a bigger stick. Well, I need to cut him is what I need to do. Anyways, yeah, getting exercise in cold weather is something that I really admire cold weather residents for being able to do. I really appreciate that because, right, as a Californian, no, not even as a Californian, because we have a lot of different weather here. As a Los Angelino, I take for granted that I can just go for a run whenever I want. It's never like cold. It's like high 50s, you know, and in high 50s after like the first like 100 meters, you're warmed up anyway if you're running. Scroll. General So's check-in. I like it. General So, Colonel Sanders. Is a general higher ranking than a colonel? It is Hemium, says Eddie. Ew, nasty. Yucky, icky, gross. I'm sorry, Eddie, that I referenced that horrible show. I think it's a Hemium, says Riot Beats. I'm very sorry. I wasn't referencing anything, says Fish Titan. I wish I could say the same, Fish Titan. I was subconsciously referencing a show I didn't want to. Thank you. Nice way around for the posture check. Was that for me or was that for Firo? Preach, says Titanium. You know, Titanium, did I ever tell that story about how I wanted to be a preacher? I wanted to be a minister when I was a kid, and I told my mom that. I made the mistake of telling my mom that, and she thought it, like, really meant something. But she thought it meant, like, I was, like, really that much into, like, religion, and I really wanted to, like, spread the word of God. But I just wanted to be a preacher because people look and listen to him. Look, I'm living my dream. I think I just wanted to be a preacher because he seemed funny. A lot of ministers are, like... They're like a lot rolled into one. They're, like, comedians, they're actors... They're public speakers. Sometimes they're, like, Swindlers. Lindsay says, if you watch the entirety of Him Yim, you may be entitled to financial compensation. I watched the entirety of it. And honestly, Him Yim actually feels like a really good relationship that ends really bad, and then you start questioning the entire relationship. You're like, wait, was any of that good? That's what Him Yim is like. It was a fun ride, but then at the end, I was like, was it though? Was I having a good time, or was I just trapped? Liana says, dang, I hope things get better, y'all. Yeah. I'm like here. I'm here. You know when the roller coaster dips, and then you start to change direction? You're starting to go up, but you're changing direction, and during that change of direction, you feel a lot of G's. That's where I am in my life. Things haven't actually started to get better yet, but I feel like it's coming. I can feel the G's implying a directional change. Umbi says, check in. Decided on the instrument I really want to practice. Might take classes for some. Kashaka. I hope I'm saying that right. Kashaka accordion and guitars.
Question for you.
It's gonna take me a minute.
Question for you.
It's gonna take me a minute to get to that question requester. It's gonna take me a second, but thank you for requesting it, and I will get to it in scroll order, in scrollological order. They do be making me happy, says Umbe about these instruments. Also, might try to swap out my car. I think I like money more than cars, says Umbe. Umbe, I kind of hate cars. Cars are like, if I'm traveling, cars are maybe like the lowest on the rung of ways I would like to do it, right? Yes, maybe. Maybe it's above boat. No, I take that back. Cars are above boat. I don't think I really want to be on the water, but yeah, I'm not really into cars. I'm not a big car fan. And so maybe I also like money more than cars, Zumbi. Maybe we agree on that. It was like May when I decided 2023 would have to be my year because 2022 was out. That's early. Well, I mean, May, that's 5. That's like almost halfway. Maybe it was about the same for me. In 2021, I thought 2022 was going to be good. And then, yeah, I guess about spring of 2022, I was like, oh, we're doing this again, huh? More of this, huh? Yeah, so maybe about the same, actually, Lindsay. Maybe about the same. Maybe about the same. Thanks for the sub, Umbe. 10 months. How long do they breathe the goo? Riot Bean says, check in. In October, I finally had a tattoo session to fix up and add to my first tattoo. In November, my session got canceled because of a fire at my artist's shop. This weekend, my artist reached out to see if I was available for the... Sorry. Got a little sleepy booger. Available for the reschedule session, so I finally got most of the color done. Couldn't make it all the way to the end of the piece, though. Had to cut it at 2 hours. Next session should be short and easy, and then it's finally done. Wow. 2 hours is still a very long time to be sitting in a chair with somebody poking you with a needle, so props to a 2-hour session. I don't know if that's normal. I've never had a tattoo, so I don't really know what's like... I don't know what's cool. Like, I don't know what's too long, what's too short. I don't know what's good ink. Like, y'all in the tattoo world, what's like good ink? Like, if you roll up to a place and you're like, dang, he has the freaking Bavarian ink? Like, what's the... Is that, like, are there things? Are there, like, good needles? Like, is there something that you would see a tattooist? Is there something you would see a tattoo artist pull out of their, like, tool belt? And you'd be like, nah, man, I'm out of here. Y'all using that? What's that? What's that in the tattoo world, actually? Sorry, I'm still catching up on stuff. I'm assuming the Omni please because I was talking about the baby goo. But I'm hoping to find some answers as I scroll down. Jelly Star says, I'm facilitating a class, so I can't be super active, but I hope everyone is having a great stream. Honestly, the fact that the stream hasn't crapped out yet is indicative of how I'm enjoying the stream, and I love this. I know it's, like, bad. I know this is exactly visually what you don't want. I know me getting completely washed out into, like, an ocean of, like, a Calpis filter is not what you want as a streamer, but I really like it. And so I'm sorry that I selfishly subject you all to this. I could stop this at any point. I could pull down the blinds and like turn on a ring light and the stream could be fine. But I like the sun coming through the clouds and like completely like baking me every few seconds. And then see, we get back to a nice like medium. Anywho, scrolling. How many do babies breathe? Sorry. Did I pause after I said do babies breathe? Pimp 3, that's a sick username. But I finished my question though. Do they, like, what's going on in there with the goo? James says, check in. Week 14 of living away from home for the first time in Toronto. Last week of my animation program before break. Beyond burnt out at the moment. I'm sorry to hear that, James. I'm super burnt out at the moment myself, which is hilarious because I'm starting a 100 episode stream series in the middle of burnout. But congratulations on the animation program. That's actually really cool. Also, congratulations on living away from home. Do you miss home at all? Like, how are you on it? Could you go another 14 weeks away? Are you like, I'm ready to go home? Living away isn't for me. Babies are just faking it, actually, says Ube. Babies are kind of faking everything. Babies in general are fake. They're in amniotic fluid, says Kit. Are they like, what's going on in there, though? Is that getting inside of them? Because if you put me in some fluid for a pretty long time, at some point that fluid's going to get in me. It's going to, like... There's too many holes in the human body. Like, when you pull them out, how are they not filled with fluid? I assume they are. Which is what I assume they scream for. Because they go, eh, and all the fluid comes out. I think I read that somewhere. Has everybody in here seen The Matrix? Because I feel like all of... Oh, here we go. Bake me. Bake me, Mr. Sun. Amniotic fluid is a breathable oxygenated liquid. Oh. God dang it. So, okay, so they breathe in the goo and they extract the oxygen from the goo like a little fish. You know, you breathe it in, you get the oxygen for it, you push it out your gills. The baby breathes in this fluid, they get all the oxygen out of it, and then they spit it back out into this endless pool. Well, not endless, but they're floating in there, right? Like, well, they're not, though. They're not floating in there, though. That's the thing. I'd like to get my hands on some of that fluid. What I mean to say is, like, I would like to get a good look. I would like to get a good look at some of that fluid. Maybe in, like, some kind of tube or something like that. Because I think what I'm imagining is not what it looks like. Hi, Lydena. Sorry, good morning to you. That's pretty similar to the real thing, says Lindsay. What is? See, I'm so far behind, I have no idea anymore. Umbe, oh, you're talking about The Matrix? Umbe says, Omni never watching it, Evangelion confirmed. I'm not gonna watch that. I thought Evangelion was a Christian anime for a really long time as a kid, for obvious reasons. Hi, Sam. How are you doing? Good morning, Sam. I hope you're having a good Monday morning. I hope it's as pretty there as it is here. I hope it's as pretty there as it is here. You won't get the respect if your back's not erect. True. Donut Clown. True. I mean, at least that's what my mom said. Yeah, Afro. I want Firo to be a little bit more like straight up and down. I gave a lot of my plants things to lean on, and they all lean anyway. Like, look at Booba, like, from the front. Booba's great. Look at this profile. He's got the mad lean. I just don't want mad lean. I just don't want him to be. I don't want him to grow up with like a problem, you know. And he's already getting kind of big. Pranay says, to be honest, I thought babies breathe through the oxygenated blood that passes through the placenta. I didn't know the goo was oxygenated. Today I learned. Oh, I'm about to learn a lot today. Yeah, oh boy. Yeah, general above is above colonel, like a 4-star general. Dang, okay. General is above a colonel. Dang, all right. Pastor Omni goes crazy though. Yeah, yeah. I think I actually would have made a pretty good minister. If I'm being honest, I think I would have made a good preacher. I think I would have made a good preacher, but I also think I would have gotten in a lot of trouble, which preachers tend to do anyway. So I think I would have made a pretty good preacher. Actor Swindlers definitely says a Random Attack Gaming. Hi, Random Attack. RAG. How's your morning going? They're very influential too, says Aang. Absolutely. Absolutely. I'm so far behind. I'm so far behind in the chat. I'm gonna catch up, I promise, guys. I just made that metaphor the other day, says Titanium. I'm feeling mad G's too. Yeah. I feel like I'm right there. I feel like I'm in the pit. Open this pit up. Okay, Respect is the one that redeemed the question. If you're still around, my question for you is going to be... Oh, that sun, baby. I missed you. I took you for granted. I really took you for granted. That heat. That hot heat. Sorry, Low Respect, the question that I have for you, we're between November and Christmas. How do you feel about Christmas music? I know it's kind of like it's like a meme at this point to be like, I hate Christmas music, I hate Christmas music. And like, some people legitimately hate Christmas music, and like, that's cool. I'm not gonna lie though, there's like a lot of Christmas songs, and not like, you know, 'cause there's a lot of Christmas songs in a lot of different genres. There's some Christmas songs I legit like, you know? Is that song da-da-ba-dee-da-ba-doo-da-ba-da? That's a Christmas song, right? These are a few of my favorite things. Christmas and Santa and reindeer and presents, you know, candy and cookies and... I was trying to find a word that wasn't peasants. Every gear in my brain was like, I can finish this rhyme scheme without using the word peasant, but I couldn't do it. So I'm just gonna move on. But I do like that song, and that's Christmas music. Oh, Low Respect. The question for you, Redeem, actually works the opposite way. You know, I have to put... should I put that in the description? Because I feel like that's not the only time... That's not the first time that question, Redeem, has gotten confused. Does it say it somewhere in there? I feel like people waste points at... Like, you can ask me questions for free. I mean, I won't always answer them, but you can ask me questions for free. You don't have to pay for that. You have to pay me to ask you a question, which I realize now that I'm saying it out loud is kind of weird and confusing. So I can understand why that gets confused. Also, I like your question, Low Respect. Do you have a girlfriend and she play music? I used to have a girlfriend that played music. Wishing her all the best in these trying times. I have been feeling the G's for a decade now, and I'm just kind of getting used to it, says Umbe. Oh, you just like bottomed out and you're stuck there. If I plotted my life, I would say that I have a really, really bad time roughly every 2 years. Like, I have a bad time every year, but I'll have like a life-questioningly bad time about every 2 to 3 years. Because 2015 was super hard. And then 2016 and 2017 were like chill. 2018 was super hard. And then 2019 was chill. And then 2020 was hard for everyone. 2021 was hard for everyone. 2022 was hard for everyone. 2023 we're keeping hope alive, right? Scrollogical order, of course. Thank you, Eddie. It's a word. English is so complex and fast. Dang it, Low Respect. I'll talk slower. Also, Respect, I speak nonsense. I would say that I don't speak good English. I would say I speak pretty poor English, and I do talk fast, and I interrupt myself, and a lot of the things I say don't go anywhere. I think about that a lot, right? Like, I don't fluently speak any other languages, right? Like, I know a little bit of Japanese, enough to, like, get around Japan. I know a little bit of French, like, enough to, get around France, you know? But, like, if I was talking to somebody in French who spoke the way I speak in English, I would be like, this is a clown. This is a clown. The thing that makes me most, I think, understandable is I use a lot of words very frequently. I use the word interesting a lot. I'll say, like, this is interesting, or like, that's interesting. Like, my adjectives, interesting, dope, whack, chill. I think I say these words on average like 20 times a day, maybe more. So that's pretty good English, but everything else, I'm really sorry, Respect. I'm very sorry. Aang says it rained and the elevator went out the day after my actual move-in. Which is lucky, but also we still have to move all the new stuff. Randomly things from the car and groceries up flights of fire escape stairs. So I'm getting my steps in. Dang. And I went to a party at my old work's place, and it was way more fun than the parties when I worked there. Kind of unfair if you ask me. I'm sorry, Aang. But at least you got to go? But at least you got the Evite? Also, congratulations on your move. That's so cool. I never want to move. I want to die here. This is my coffin. But I'm really glad that you got to move. And I'm glad that you got to move closer to me. Because I'm selfish, and I don't like going anywhere. I don't like making big trip. Says the man who just got back from Washington. The brightness, my eyes, says New Way Out. Hello, it's Nice Way Out, not New Way Out. Welcome. I saw that you were new and that you came in while I was still, like, banging on the keys, so I didn't say anything. But welcome. Thank you for being here. We have another brightness spell coming up, so shield your eyes. Drop the shades if you can. Respect says, all people deserve speak only French. More simple. Actually, I'm actually kind of with you on that, Respect. I would say that French is, by a lot of measures, easier to speak than English, but reading and writing? I don't know. Me no know. See, crap like that. Me no know? That's bad English. I'm sorry, Respect. Now that I see, if I see your username in here, I'm going to try to speak better English for you. Me no know is really bad. That's really bad English. I don't know. Is what I meant to say. Respect. Frenetic says, dang, never mind. I went and looked. Mama breathes for you. The goo is just in there. Mama breathes for you. Whack. Shout out to all the moms out there breathing for two. My mom's still kind of breathing for me. Titanium says, dang, the light and the extra component. The light is an extra component. I kind of like it. There are a lot of things about this stream, and I've said it before, I say it every season. There's a lot of things about this stream that could very easily be mitigated by just, like, 3 pieces of gear and 2 extra steps that I don't do intentionally. Like, I could do them, but I don't do them. I like the immersion that I put you guys in by giving you the raw sound. It's like you're in my room with me. How creepy is that? Sam says, ooh, so bright. Ooh, so bright. I can stop this at any point. It stops on command. Yeah, see? I'm the king of the skies. King of the skies. Lord of the flies. Kit says, you're making up the sunlight you missed here in Washington. Yeah. Boy, howdy, was there and not a lot of sun up there. At least when I went. I know that Washington gets, like, freaking dope as heck when the sun comes out. I just happened to be up there at, like, the time where it wasn't happening. Whew. Omni photosynthesizing. I do be synthesizing. I do be doing the other one. I gotta go because I have therapy soon. Goodbye, Fish Titan. It was good seeing y'all. Goodbye, Fish Titan. You're probably already gone, but goodbye. I hope therapy goes well. Bernetic says, yeah, you gotta cough it up when they come out or they get wet lung and it causes problems and 10% of births, apparently. Get the goo out. Get the goo out. I have a question. If we could make a big tank... You guys seen The Shape of Water? Wait, is that a movie or is that an Ed Sheeran song? Anyways, have you guys seen Dragon Ball Z? That's a better reference. You know the tank that they put them in when they gotta like get. If we could make a tank that big and somehow we could find a way to farm amniotic fluid, I don't know if there's like a sick way to do that doesn't involve like the bad way that my brain's thinking of. If we could find a way to farm amniotic fluid and we made a tank and the baby came out and we immediately transferred it into the tank. No, but then the cord. We have to be able to get it its nutrients. And it needs oxygen because the mom breathes for it. But I imagine the breathing comes through the little... It comes through the tube, right? If we could find some way to, like, cut the tube off from the mom and plug it into something else, and we put them in a big tank, could you, like, continue to grow a human in a tube? In the goo, of course. I'm talking about in the goo, not just, like, in there in some water or, like, Monster Energy or something like that. James says, I'm so ready to go home. Gonna have to come back for another 14 weeks after break, though. Dang, how far away from home are you? How far away is this, James? Like, can you just pop back in a drive really quick, or is this like, is it a great distance? Is this a great distance? The amount of ignorance I'm gonna go out of this world retaining, Frenetic. Ignorance retention is one of my special abilities. The committal to the bit, says Liana. That is my thing. Bit commitment and ignorance retention. I need a breathable fluid pod to sleep in that I would own. Umbe, you're not too far off of what I'm talking about. You're not too far from what I'm trying to get at, actually. So, hold that thought. Hold that thought, because I am going to circle around back to it. I still haven't done my check-in, guys. Guys, we're in the check-in. This is like, y'all are supposed to be checking in. I go last. Got that godly lion suffixed. Jojolian. Baby violently pulls out plugs attached to body. I'm imagining a baby coming out and just like grabbing with two hands, like grabbing the umbilical cord and being like, yeah! Get me out of here! Sipping that mad lean. Sipping and leaning. No lean in the tube, only amniotic fluid. Good morning, says Sam. It is cloudy and rainy, but it's still good here. Check-in from Afro Audi says, Afro Audi? Sorry. Sam, I'm glad the weather is good there. I hope you're staying warm, honestly. Whenever I see Little Nightmares, I think of you. I'm an online ordained... Wow, okay, let me back up. I'm an online ordained minister, if that counts. That absolutely counts. Okay, so the minister can marry people. Why can't he divorce people? Seems wrong to me. Wait, can a minister even marry people? Or does a judge have to do that too? I think the judge also has to do that. What are ministers actually doing there? What power do they hold? In matrimony, I mean. Obviously they hold other powers like momentum, I don't know. Momentum and speech and stuff like that. But like, what powers do they hold in the matrimony process, actually? Or is it just pageantry? Is it just theater? Afro Addy says, now I'm on break from school. I'm gonna be practicing playing the harp every day. Holy crap. That's an undertaking. I refuse to play an instrument that's larger than me. I'm joking. I play pianos. But harps? That's an undertaking for sure. Every day also. I'm also perhaps going to look into moving out in February, so I'm nervous. I also passed my classes, very surprisingly. Congratulations on passing your classes, Afro Audi. I think that's what's happening. My brain is... You okay, Booba? Sometimes I just look at him and he looks like he's struggling. Ooh, we got another bright snap. Congratulations on passing your classes, Afro Addy. Also, moving can be daunting. Especially moving out. So I hope the process goes well. Donut says Omni stopping mid-sentence to question if babies breathe goo or if Colonel Sanders outranks General So. I mean, and I got my answers. Does Colonel Sanders outrank General So? No. Do babies breathe the goo? No. Get me out of here. Jelly says, Omni, before becoming a plant owner, plants are whatever. Omni, before being a plant owner, he's getting pretty big. I don't want him to grow up with a problem. Yeah. I don't want him to grow up with problems. I've seen bad things, guys. I've seen some bad things with my plants. Oh. Viv moved to the farm. Viv moved to the rainforest in the sky. I forgot to touch on that. Yeah, there's no Viv redeem because she moved out. She's not here anymore. I've seen some things, Jelly. I just don't want him to grow up with a problem. Afro Eddie says, Christmas album win. I always say every year that I'm going to make one, and then every year it's like December 10th, and I'm like, oh crap, I ran out of time. So I guess that's not happening. Holiday pheasant, says Frenetic. Pheasant. The edible pigeon. Umbe says, every day I think about dethroning God. Mariah Carey. There's a lot of games where you have to kill God. Have you ever thought about that? There's quite a few video games where you kill God. A few of my favorite things is a Christmas song, but I had no idea until like yesterday. Oh, I think I knew. Because I feel like this is the only time of year I actually hear it. UI improvement needed, says Liana. For what? Me? Donut Clown says, I swear that none of the content in my favorite... Oh, for the... Never mind. I swear that none of the content in my favorite things is Christmas related. Does the sound of music take place during the holiday, says Donut Clown? I think the things that he's saying he likes are Christmas things. Chestnuts and fires and roasting and spires. Santa and elves and reindeers and liars. These are a few of my favorite things. Baubles and bibbles tied up with string. These are a few of my... Right? Trees latched to car roofs. What? He says Christmas things, but I think he's naming old-timey Christmas things, like velvet and fur and turkeys galore and stuff like that. Like things like that, like old Christmas. Before we got like the newfangled things, you know? Lydena says, hope the lows come with some great highs. Me too, Lydena. Honestly, me too. Me very much too. Titanium says, check in. I pulled up to the gym early this morning and walked in to see an NPC blasting motivational podcast where the speaker talks about how worthless you are to get you pumped up. Sounds... Ooh, I almost said something really mean. Wow. I'm so good at catching myself now. Continuing. I almost said... Yeah. It was going to be funny, though. It was going to be mean to particular members of my family, but it was going to be funny. The broadcast ends and fades out, only to transition into You Give Love a Bad Name by Bon Jovi. John Bon Jovi. On full blast. Homie continues his workout by occasionally yelping, barking, and shouting in pure joy to be pumping some iron. This whole situation kind of broke my brain, and I've been feeling goofy ever since then. I don't go to gyms. I prefer to work out in the solitude of my own home because I don't want anybody looking at me. Because I don't want people to see me. I do be working out in front of my windows, though. I do be hitting the Warrior 1 in front of the big corner window in the living room. But I don't really go to gyms, so I'm like shielded from a lot of this type of behavior. But I do want to expand on the one point in your check-in, which is like people listening to motivational things that are just kind of like people insulting them. So that it's like, because some people do extract motivation from insults and stuff like that. People being like, you're worth nothing. You could never do 15 push-ups, bro. Ew, are you really gonna eat that? Oh, no, that's nasty, bro. Yo, I should record one. I would actually love to do that, Titanium. I would love to record. It's just me for like 90 minutes going like, ew, nasty. McDonald's, ew, you're probably gonna eat that. You could eat a salad. You could never eat a salad, man. You weak, bro. How much saturated fat is in that? Sat fat, sat fat, sat fat. I was like saying stuff like that. Yo, I don't actually know the difference between saturated fats and like regular fats, I suppose. Anyways, that's wild, Titanium. It didn't disrupt your workout, did it? I hope not. I hope not. Gyms are intimidating. Interrupting myself is a constant battle, says Pernetic. I can't stop myself from doing it. Because that's the way my brain works. I think that's the way everybody's brain works. That's the thing. Everybody's brain is constantly interrupting itself. It's just your mouth's job to like stay on topic. I just, I laid off that specific job in my brain a long time ago. Goblin Moan says Umbe. Barkany going sicko mode. Drake has given a lot to the nation as far as just things we say. He's given a lot to the English links. Sicko mode, YOLO. What's that other thing he said before God's plan? He said something else. Pernetic says, "Dang, I want a new way out. My old ones don't work anymore." Salient. Oh, Jesse says can't leave the coffin too often. I like that rhymes. French is a nightmare to write, says Jesse. I agree with this. Everything blends together enough when speaking. Yes. French, for anybody in here that doesn't speak any French, French is, I think, actually speaking is like, not easy, but it's like pretty chill. Speaking French is as chill as like Spanish or most other things. Writing it, though, is nonsense. Not writing it is stupid. It's really dumb. Think about, you know how we have like a few of those in like English? We have a few of those like anomalies where it's like through and enough and what's the other one? Though. Like O-U-G-H can make a lot of different sounds in English. That's what French is like, but for a lot of things. It's like they have that O-U-G-H, but they have like 30 of those. Except instead of them being pronounced differently, they're pronounced the same. Like, you say something one way, there's like 50 freaking words that are said the exact same, but they're spelled different. There's a lot of silent letters in French. I could have just said that. French has a lot of silent letters. I feel like 80% of that language is silent, which is written. There's a lot of written silence. Does that make sense? French grammar is the silliest thing, though. Why does every word need to be masculine or feminine? Says James. I mean, I feel that way about all the Romance languages, right? Like Spanish, Italian, and French, and a few others. It's like... And it's not even... It's just that I'm lazy, right? Like, when I learn the word pencil, I want to learn the word pencil, because that's how English works. I don't want to have to also learn what its gender is, because then when you're talking, like, I just forget, man. I just forget. Like, that's just one more thing on top of the word. It's not too much. It's just one more thing that English doesn't do, right? Like, if I grew up speaking one of the Romance languages, it wouldn't be weird to me. But coming from English, it's freaking weird. And it makes it that much harder for me to speak. It's Jar Jar Binglish, says Pernetic, not English. Oh, me no? M-E space N-O space K-N-O-W. Me, I, no, do not, no. I guess no is the same. Yeah, gotta come over when Annie comes up someday, says Aang. Ooh. I will actually. She's great. My biggest problem is always, says Jesse, my biggest problem is always after years, still knowing whether a word is masculine or feminine. It kills me. Yeah, it's freaking annoying. Never been a fan of it. Not a fan of it. Kid says, check in. I'm getting closer to finishing my current embroidery project and scheming out what to paint next. My creative energy is really comes back when I'm fist fighting my seasonal depression. Well, that's cool. There's balance, right? It sounds rough, but at least there's some type of balance there. Get the goo out, like the presidential campaign slogan. Drain the goo. I'm here to drain the goo. Hi, I'm Omni Rutledge. I'm running for I almost said senior vice president. That's like a... Whoa. There's two very pretty dogs, and they're off the leash. Are you seeing these dogs? Oh, wait, hold on. They're behind the car. See them? Those dogs? Who's watching these dogs? That's wild. Those dogs are too pretty to be straying like that. Somebody come get your puppers. Those are like well-kept boyos, and they are on the prowl. To be fair, they'll probably stay in the cul-de-sac, right? Although they might kill Pepperoni. Oh, that's another check-in thing. There's a new cat that lives in my cul-de-sac that I've called Pepperoni now, and raccoons hate it. Vegan amniotic fluid, says Titanium. I drink that. How different could it possibly be from eggnog? The baby would die, says Pernetic. This kills the baby. Vegan amniotic fluid? This kills the baby. Oh, my tube. My Dragon Ball Z tube kills the baby. I figure the breathing comes through the tube. Wow, did I get scrolled up? Sorry. I'm so sorry that I injected the baby conversation into this chat for this long. You just described the Sora egg, says Liana. I did. But we do that so we can get Homie his memories back. There's something the scientists have been sciencing around a lot. That's something the scientists have been sciencing around a lot. The tube to try to grow a human. I'm into it. Goose sexuals would love this stream, says... Jesse says because there is theoretically a cap on human intelligence because brains only get so big before you can make it out. Before you can't make it out. Oh. That's scary. I don't know how to say your username. I want to say Oizy, but that doesn't sound right. And then I want to say Oishi, but that also doesn't sound right. Whoa, those dogs are going for it. Oh, never mind. They're gone. Oh. Oh, they're big gone. Watch your dogs. Yikes. Check in. I changed my username. What did it used to be? Because I don't know who you is. But welcome, and I hope you're having a good morning. I'm pretty sure that's how I was born, says Titanium. Wow, Lindsay's got a big one. Lindsay's got a fat one. Let's go. That's why they call it a fatty. I hear that. I hear Justin Timberlake's voice in my head a lot saying, is that why they call it a fatty? I think he was talking about a butt in that lyric. That's a Suit and Tie lyric. Lindsay says, I haven't checked in since March, so I'll try to be as brief as possible. And April did a plein air painting challenge and painted every day for a month. Enjoyed the warm weather and went to the beach a couple of times. Got more into baking and even made my first recipe. Reconnected with an ex-friend on a whim, and now they're one of my closest friends again. One of the best things that's happened this year, to be honest. I fell off of streaming. I fell off of streaming for a long time, mostly because of mental health stuff. On that note, I learned a lot about my brain and On that note, I learned a lot about my brain / my neurodivergence, which has been a really emotionally complicated experience, but overall very worth it. Also, I got my first big boy illustration gig and got to paint murals, digital paintings, which were then vinyl printed and put on walls for random Walmarts across the country. Very happy to have... Okay, one of the dogs is back, but the other one is through that fence and it's gone. Sorry, distracted. Very happy to have that experience. Now I'm looking for more work, and I recently had my first stream in a long while, so I'm excited for that and to do more. I'm excited to do more. Good, congratulations, Lindsay. That's a lot. Monitoring one's own health is a lot. It's an undertaking. No matter what you're, even if it's just like, how much salt did I have today? Like, just stuff like very basic like that are very difficult to do. So doing mental health checks is a lot. And it's something that a lot of people either don't know they even need to do, or they know they need to do it and they avoid it because it's painful. So congrats to you on being able to do this. Also, congrats on the work, getting work. I feel like sometimes you'll get your like first gig, and then it's like, oh, that was fun. Now, how do I get a second one? I feel like that has been my professional life for a pretty long time. It's like, dang, I wish I had work. And then I get work and I'm like, oh, I'm working, I'm getting things done. And then right after it's finished, I'm like, how to do that again? How? I guess that's just freelance life. I guess I'm just describing freelance. I'm moving on. But congratulations, Lindsay. Congratulations. They consecrate the bond, says Titanium. Yo, consecration is like... That's a FromSoft word at this point for me. Like, I never encounter that word naturally anymore unless I'm reading, not Leo Tolstoy, who's the other one? Dostoevsky. I only encounter that word in reading Dostoevsky or playing a FromSoft game. Consecration. Consecrating. The act of consecrating. Nice Way Out says, I guess that's my time. I live on the other side of the world and it's 12 a.m. around here. So in case I don't see you, good afternoon, good evening, and good night. Goodbye, Nice Way Around. I hope you have a good night's rest. Going to bed at midnight sounds like a good idea. I wish I did that last night. I wish I had some of that. Can I get some too? I also hear Baby Keem's voice saying, can I get some too in my head a lot. I like his voice. I like grown men that talk like baby. Oiji, which is probably not how I pronounced that correctly, says, sometimes I have changed my username. It's Joel. Currently eating macaroni and tomato sauce. Macaroni and tomato sauce? And 2 olives. Whole? In front of the computer. Not healthy, really, yet here I am. I love seeing your stream back on. Long time since I last saw plants check in too. Can I get some too? Afro Audi says, when Omni says my name is Audi, I become Audi. Afro Audi. Audi 5000. Plant check-in. 1 moved away. 1's big now. Actually, they're all bigger. I mean, I don't know if you were in like the very end of season 5, or 4, but Nobu's quite a bit taller. Agnes actually is finally getting the drip. Remember when I was like, how come she only froze but doesn't drip? The fro? Check the drip. Check the drip out back. She's finally getting the thing. She's finally doing what a pothos do. So like you could like hang it up and it hangs. She's finally doing it. That took a long time, right? That took a long time. And as happy as I am to see it, it also means that her time on the piano might be limited, because if she gets like full jungle mode, I'm not gonna want to deal with all that. Hey, what's up, Danny Bird? How you doing? How you do? Omni has a doctor having a full conversation with you, and at the end, unceremoniously revealing someone you cared about. I've stopped doing that, actually, Umbe. I mean, I know I just did it technically with a plant, but I've stopped doing that. I used to do this thing where I handle death very differently than some other people in my life. We all handle death very differently, right? And sometimes I'd want to tell people someone had died, right? Like I wanted to tell somebody, hey, my cousin died. I went to my uncle's funeral. He's dead. I wanted to tell people that people had died. But I didn't want to tell them and then for them to be like, oh my God, like I'm so sorry. Oh, Jesus, like you need anything? I didn't want that part. And so sometimes I would death dump in the middle of like an innocuous story. Or sometimes even a good story. I'd just be like, oh yeah, I was out there. Oh my God, I finally got to have Waffle House again. I was missing Waffle House. So like right after the funeral, like we headed over. Yeah. She's the one that painted this for me. Like she was really good, you know. Yeah, she passed away, but like she had some really good art. And actually, I think the first time I met her, you know, I would just try to like sneak in deaths. And I don't do that anymore because I think it sucks for the listener. I think it's very emotionally confusing sometimes for the listener where they're like, wait, is he okay? Should I have said something? The Coltrane version of favorite things is goated, agreed. Just simply agreed. Bibbles, says Aang. Praise Jeebus. I'm living for this cover. Oh, it was when I was singing Favorite Things. I don't remember. I don't remember what I said. Bibbles. Is that one of the things I said? Was the Christmas song was the Christmas song before or after The Sound of Music? Was the Christmas song before or after The Sound of Music? I think it came first. I think that was Baby Jesus' first words. I think at the manger, the first thing he said was like, "Where the heck is my dad?" And then he said, "Bibbles and bobbles and Google's aplenty." You know what? Actually, Little Mermaid. My brain conflates. These are a few of my favorite things with Little Mermaid when she was showing all of her garbage. Remember how she used to collect human waste? That's what. Oh, thank you for the sub. Thank you for the sub, Aria, and welcome here. I hope you're having a good Monday. A good Monday. Might do a cover of that song. Sounds fun, says Umbe. Go for it. It's a really pretty song. Riot says, I suppose that it just gets played around Christmas and it's mention of sleigh bells and snow on eyelashes and winter things in Germany. Word. Slices and slashes and snows on eyelashes. I remember now. Winter things. Oishi says, I'm going to keep saying your name that way because I don't know how to pronounce that. Oishi says, there's also places in street, like parks and remote places where you can do exercise out and practically nobody sees. Oh, we have a few things like that here, but yeah, our parks are pretty like packed, and so everybody going to see you. Especially them squirrels. Not wanting people to perceive you as a vibe, says Liana. Yeah. Don't look at me when I'm working out. Sat fat, says Liana. I think saturated fats are bad. I don't know. I just go off of what the TV told me years and years ago. I was definitely telling homie to shut up, but I think I was fueling his brightly lit fire from within. Yeah. If you're coming with the negativity, he probably is so efficient at this point after listening to those tapes that he can turn the negativity into fuel to burn while doing, workout stuff. Jelly Star's check-in is, I ruined my coffee this morning, making it a rush during my break. I don't need it, but I wanted it, so I'm sad. I'm sorry to hear that, Jelly Star. I've definitely ruined food because I was in a hurry, and there is something emotionally damaging about messing up food, and I don't know why that is, but like me messing up a song, me messing up creating something is way less painful than me messing up a meal, or at least painful in a very different way. L'enfant, says Liana. L'enfant. Les enfants terribles. Riot says, so many of the weird ones in English also come from French because they're borrowed words. True. Like cul-de-sac. Like cul-de-sac. Or l'enfant. Or l'enfart. As Titanium says. L'enfart would be a sick villain in a Kojima game. Purdy Dog says, right, they are very beautiful and they're gone. Not only are they pretty, but they're gone forever. Lost Audio says, Riot. Yeah. For the camera, the audio cuts out. The camera ain't got no good audio. For the zoom in, the audio cuts out. For sure. Loose Doggo says, Jelly Star. They're gone. They're sturdy, and they're gone. They're starring in their own action dog detective film, and they're gone. Omni running for senior sanitation district rep. I'm running for senior vice president. What would my platform be? I don't know. More pork? Don't kill pepperoni, says Riot. To the dogs. Not to me. I haven't seen Pepperoni since I've been back from Seattle, so. Hope she's okay. There is a weird little box that somebody had put out on the street that she was sleeping in, and the rain completely collapsed it, so hope she's okay. The street cats in my neighborhood I've named the following: Ghost, Rock, and Fox. Ghost, Rock, and Fox. These are solid names. You know what those sound like, Danny Bird? Those sound like nicknames for Air Force, you know what I'm saying? That sounds like the sick, Air Force pilot. Ghost. It sounds like if you're playing Ace Combat, like that's like a mini boss. Like this dude has like a sick jet with the decal with like a shark on the side. Oh, bro, that's rock. Yeah, those sound like dudes that could do you dirty. Oishi. Omni witnessing a dog. Matter? Mudder? Top of the morning, Oishi. I have been through more than one username. One of them was Sibo. This one is Oishi. Lindsay says, I was immobile for a second, so I was delayed, but thank you for the congrats. You're very welcome for the congrats. Did Zia ever go into phase 2, hardened mode? So Zia, I'll do a check-in on the plants after I get to the bottom of y'all's check-ins, because it's just going to push me that much further behind. But yes, I will do a full plant check-in update. Or should I just do that in the news? Maybe that'll get pushed to news, Umbe. Uh-oh. Agnes looks great in a hanging pot, says Lindsay. Agnes would look great in a hanging pot. Yeah. Yeah, I just don't... Yeah, ugh. Labor, right? Doing things, right? Having to move. Riot Bean says, you could hang her in the top right bit of your head. Here. You're talking about here? Like up here? That could be cool. That could be not the worst thing in the world. That could be not the worst thing in the world. Aria, I finally caught up to your sub. Jesus' first words. Afro Addy, I was obviously making a joke, but I kind of would like to know what Jesus' first words were. I mean, we all know they weren't English, but still, I would like to know what they were. Morning Medley says, Aria says, Morning Medley, I came at the end and some things never change, but I'm at work and I'm so glad I was able to stop by. I'm glad you were able to stop by and thank you for the sub, Aria. I really appreciate it. My chat is so screwed, the stream is skipping for me, but playing because my signal sucks. Run me in 160. Run me in 160, coach. Oishi says, I like the supportive environment that is in my gym place. People help the people. That's how I feel, Oishi, about the farmer's market. Everybody be showing me what's what, you know? Helping me out. Showing me where the good pluots are, you know? Getting me them good cooks. Oh, I'm back home. I'm home, baby. Sorry, Jellystar says, yeah, I have to grind the beans by hand. I forgot to put the cover on the port. Oh, I don't know anything about coffee. Let me start over. Jellystar says, yes, I have to grind the beans by hand. Crunch, crunch, crunch. I forgot to put on the cover on the portafilter. Shakunk. Because if you don't cover the portafilter, all the beans will escape. So the weak bean water just sprayed. Oh my god. I was making a joke. I wasn't that far off. The bean water got out. The bean water just sprayed out everywhere. Good times. I'm sorry to hear that, Jellystar, but can I get some claps? Can I get a pat on the back? That was pretty sick. I know a lot about coffee, actually, turns out. Danny Bird says, I love that. Yeah, it's pretty sick nicknames. Strong, solid names. Rock, Brock, Fox, Ghost, Tiger. Lump? Is that one? Lump. Oh, that's Lump. Watch now. I guess that doesn't work. Lump. Bump. Spike. That's what I was thinking of. Spike. That's a good one. That's a solid one. Lump is kind of just a duller Spike if you think about it. The supportive environment at the farmer's market. It's very supportive. The people there know I don't know what I'm doing, but they know I have money. So they kind of like latch onto me and they say, this is what you want. And I say, yes? Yes? The barriata? The birriabada? What am I trying to say, guys? What's the name of that pasta sauce? Birriabada? Barbadana? There's like two R's next to each other. Rabada. Ariabada. Oishi says, it happened to be the balcony plant at home that was hanging so much it fell off the window ledge placed down to the floor. Many branches broke. Lesson to trim the limits of the space. Also, the trimmings can be repotted. True, you can always propagate. As my neighbor always says, you can always propagate. But should ye? Should we? I couldn't hear the claps. Could you guys hear them? I hope you guys could hear them because I can't hear them. Concrete would make a cool stray cat name. Concrete. We call him Crete for short. Creatine for long. The 160 definitely helped, says Arya. I'm not behind so much anymore. Arya, we have some testimony. We've got testimony for the 160 streams. I always watch streams in the 160 on my phone. And then people are like, how do you do it, bro? How do you do it? And I'm like, well, because it'll lag otherwise. This is the only way I can stay up to date. It's either I'm behind. It's either I'm behind and the quality's good, or I'm on time and the quality's bad. Have you guys ever watched a movie and there's been audio visual like staggering where you're hearing the sound slightly after people are saying it, and even if it's just a fraction of a second, it's enough to really pull you out. You're like, the words aren't matching the lips. I'd rather watch this in a lower resolution where the sound matched the lips. We can't hear the claps, says Lindsay. Oh, the claps are broken. Good to know. 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 I don't think any of the sounds work, actually. Because I'm working through Stream Elements. The sounds used to be through Streamlabs, and now they're through Stream Elements. And, yeah, they're not doing the thing. Young Crete, says Lindsay. Young Crete. Why does that make me think of Greek people? Is there an island called Crete? The Isle of Crete? Ooh, that sounds like a real thing. Ooh, that sounds real. Is that real? Oh, thanks, Donut Clown. It's Arabiada. 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 Give me some of that Arabiada. Give me some of that Arabiada. 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 I've never buy that one. I never buy that one, so I don't actually know what it's like. It always looks oranger than the other ones, which kind of puts me off. No, I'm thinking of vodka sauce. Never mind, forget what I just said. Delete that from the VOD. Pernetic says, Crete is the largest and most populous of the Greek islands. Look who paid attention in school. Isle of Crete. That's where Moses and Hercules are from. The Isle of Crete, the 88th largest island in the world, and the 5th largest island in the Mediterranean Sea. Word. All right. Shout out to Zeus. Crete is a Greek island, says Lindsay. Okay. I'm not off. It's a Greek island, says Jesse. Look at me. Who would have thought? The RR is very differently pronounced. Oh. Ashabiada. The great philosopher, soccer Crete. That's hard. Thanks, Umbe. You caught up? Yeah, I'm caught up. I'm caught up in the chat.
I like that name. It's cute.
If you remember the Odyssey, then that could be why. Odysseus was from Crete. Odysseus is fake. Right? Odysseus is a made-up man, right? Homer made him up? Am I on it? Am I on one? Homer did it? Homer, last name withheld? Danny Bird says, okay, I finally read out my quick check-in. Still apartment hunting because the last one seemed affordable, but in the lease, they were like, hey, here's a bunch of other stuff you have to pay for. Yeah, that's what this apartment did to me. They were like, here's how much it's going to cost a month, and then I moved in, they were like, actually, there's some DLC for this apartment that is mandatory. So, same hat. Which raised the total by $500 a month. Oh God. Okay, it didn't do that much for me. It was like $250 extra dollars for me. Anyway, looking at another one today. Also, my work was a little crazy last week, so I'm glad to finally be on the quote-unquote weekend and forget about it for a couple of days. I'm glad you're starting your weekend too, Danny Bird. And also, good luck on the apartment hunting for the next one. I hope the next one's cool. Every time somebody's moving or looking for an apartment, I'm like, I get stressed for them. Because me moving into this apartment was one of the most difficult things I've ever had to do, and that was 8 years ago. I don't want to do it again. Bury me in here. This is my coffin. Yeah. It's a fable, says Jesse. Odyssey is a fable. Sorry. Odyssey is a fable about Odysseus and his many adventures. Adventure number 1. He killed all of the banshees. Sorry, he killed all of the sirens. And then he encountered a Cyclops. And he said, Cyclops, give me ye gold. And the Cyclops said, not unless you can guess my middle name. And he did it. He did it. And the Cyclops gave him all the gold and his daughter. His daughter, who is so beautiful that she launched 1,000 ships through this man's legs. There's a big statue, and the ships went through his legs. The ships went through his legs? Because that's how you got into the city. But they wouldn't let them in. They knocked. They said, hi ho hum, let me in. And they said, not by the hair of me, chinny chin chin. And then they got in a big horse. Named a Trojan, and they went in there and they killed everybody. They just murdered everybody. And then Troy was a part of it. And then Troy happened. Can we watch 10th Kingdom finally, says Liana? Oh, yeah, we can watch that. I did watch the trailer for it. It seemed chill. Liana's checking as it's been raining a bunch, and I met a friend's 1-year-old baby. She was a cutie. Did I meet a baby? I did not. Congratulations on meeting this baby. And also on the rain. I don't know if you're a fan of rain, but congratulations on it if you are. I don't need your valet trash service. Says Danny Bird. Yeah, right? I'll do with mean garbage what I want to do with mean garbage. Worry ye not about my garbage. I'll find some place to put it. I guess Twitter like the rest of the world. Yo, this is beautiful. I do like it. I do like it. Can we get a permanent? Can we get the permanent picture-in-picture? Look at it. Look at it. Look at the beauty. Aw. Aw, she's beautiful. Aw. Oh, look at her. I could just eat her up. Yum, yum, yum. Checking from Pernetic says, honestly, couldn't possibly pack it all in with text, but had a really, really great week hanging out with Omni. That's me! And I helped. Truly, hashtag blessed, and I'm looking forward to the next time we run into each other. Megaduck is truly cursed, though. Yeah, Megaduck hurt my brain. Yeah, I guess that's also part of my check-in. I spent, like, dang near an entire week. I think it was a whole week. Yeah, that was a whole week. Pretty much. At Pernetic's place. Danny Bird says, right? Apparently they pick it up from your door and put it in the dumpster for you, and you can only put it out at certain times, and it's in the middle of my work schedule. Screw that. I'll just flush my garbage down the toilet. Can we Sorry, Leon, I answered that. We can totally watch that. Umbe says, today's been one of those days I'd rather be in the house. Why? Because it's cold or because you're just, like, giving up? You're done with the day. This is me being lazy. I'll cover it, Pernetic. Definitely. It's easier for me to do it because, yeah, I don't have to type it. I can just, like, let the garbage fall out of my mouth. I guess I should check in, says Cyber. Finally coming in with the big check. With the big check. That feels wrong. The garbage truck is outside my window right now, says Donut Clown. Wave for me. Give it a big wave for me. I guess I should check in, says Cyber. Says, baby is ish 3... Sorry. Wow. Jesus Christ. I guess I should check in. Baby is 3-ish months away. Pressure is mounting. Physically? I don't know how a baby gets out. I don't know how a baby gets out of there. I assume it's with pressure. When a low pressure system meets a high pressure system. I'm very tired. I didn't get much sleep, but I'm hanging in there. Let's play Apex. Someone before time's up. Also, Ragnarok has been fun, but I'm ready to move on to another game already. Yikes. Yikes. I'm marathoning all of the God of War games this year. This month. Next year. But I do hope you're enjoying it. No spoilers, because I don't know anything about that game. I know that Kratos used to be dark-skinned. I remember that part. I did play that much. I rented it from, No, I didn't rent that. I borrowed that. I was borrowing it from a friend when the first one came out. And I was like, oh, he's so dark-skinned. And then he wasn't dark-skinned anymore. And I was like, cheap. Anyways, I hope you're enjoying the game, Cyber. And yeah, I'm down to play Apex. I'm going to fire up my PlayStation because, I'm done doing most of the other things I need to do. The garbage truck is outside my window right now. Again, Donut Clown, if you haven't already waved to it, please wave to it for me. I need to stay at Bruneg's for a week. I feel like I could finally gain weight from eating so good. Oh, crap. You might, actually. I'll get to it. I'll get to it. I missed Trash Tuesday, says Danny Bird. I haven't. I guess they've still happened for me. I miss doing Trash Tuesdays with you guys, though. I haven't had to count the beeps in a while. I wonder where those dogs went. Remember the stray dogs? Feels like ages ago. Umbe says, Kratos is still black coded. Kratos VA used to be Kyle from Living Singles as Jelly Star. Jelly Star. We are living single in a 90s kind of world. I'm glad I got my girl. Keep your head up, what? Keep your head up, that's right. This is for no one, maybe. Is this for anyone? Is anybody getting this? Keep your head up, what? Keep your head up, that's right. My homegirl standing to my left and my right. Does anybody know that theme song? Does anybody remember the intro song to Living Single? Choo, we stuck like glue. We're living single. You know that last chord? Never mind. I don't want to get into technical stuff because a lot of people in this stream have no idea what I'm even singing. But if you haven't watched the show Living Single, it was a really good show. Queen Latifah was in it, and I also performed the theme song for it. I think Queen Latifah in the show was, I think she worked at like a magazine. I think that was like a popular thing in the 90s. It's like if somebody lives in New York and you want to explain how they can afford a really nice loft, just say they work at a magazine. But she worked at a magazine. There's a lot of really good... Man, there's just so many shows of the 90s that were like really good, actually. Like super successful shows that went several years. But they didn't like... They just, I don't know, they got like washed over with time. I don't know. Anyways, can you imagine migrating profiles between PC and console for Apex? Can you migrate profiles between PC and console for Apex? I don't think you can, Jesse, but somebody else would be a better person to answer that, because I've never had to do it, but I don't think it's even possible. It's for me, says Aria. Check it out. Yeah. Go in, Queen Latifah, says Aria. Keep your head up, what? Keep your head up, that's right. I always do the freaking ad-libs, because Queen Latifah had the sickest ad-libs, but in the show, I didn't know what an ad-lib was yet, because I was a baby. So I was just like, wow, she talks a lot. She can talk fast. Keep your head up, what? Keep your head up, that's right. My homegirl standing to my left, all right, two, stuck like crew. We're living single in a 90s kind of world. I'm glad I got my girl. I don't even know what that, Anyways, great show. Great song also. Thank you. If you liked Friends, Living Single was better, says Jesse. I would say if you liked Friends... Ooh, wow, that's a lot. Okay, if you liked Friends, I think you would actually like Living Single. I think that okay. Ooh, this is interesting. Okay, because the 90s is not a monolith, right? Like, the 90s is huge. People always like, I'm into 90s fashion. They say that, and it's like, but what does that mean? I think since we've gotten out of the 90s, a lot of 90s fashion and 90s culture and 90s art has kind of been compacted and condensed into like two things where it's like hip-hop 90s, it's like what black people were doing in the 90s and what white people were doing in the 90s. I feel like those are the two things. And obviously, like, there's a Venn diagram, right? Where there was a lot of people doing a lot of stuff. But there was like, 90s, it could be like Living Single. It could be like and all of the hip-hop stuff that came out of the 90s. It could be like Fresh Prince. Like, it could be that 90s. Or it could be Full House. It could be like things like Friends. It could be like that type of 90s. And so they were both, you know, obviously 90s. They came out of the 90s. But I feel like Friends is a very part of the 90s. And I feel like Living Single is way more that. Like, if you want to watch a show that is very colored by actual, like, Brooklyn living in the 90s, whereas, like, a lot of people, like, poke fun at Friends, right? Where they're like, where's the black people? Where's the black people? And I get it. But it's like, they were in Living Single. If you wanted to see, like, where the black people were, like, look at 3 episodes of Living Single. That's where they were. Chilling. And, like, I don't know, like, miles-wise how far Living Single took place from where Friends took place, but not a great distance, you know, like New York's only so big. Still have them on my clipboard, says Cyber. Thank you. I think, does socials work as a command anymore? I don't know. I'm still learning Stream Elements, honestly. Oh, goodness gracious. I used to watch Martin, says Cyber. Martin was also really good. Martin! Bam! I'm the man. Martin! You know, that was actually... I'm the man. Woo-hoo. Shoo-ba-doo-ba-doo-boo-boo-boo-boo. Ah, it's all that. I'm singing the second version of the intro. Did you know all of them, Cyber? That is the second one. There was the original, there was a second one, which, like, got really funky. Martin! I'm the man. Martin? Jamie Foxx? There was a lot of really cool intro theme songs that used the star performing in them. I kind of liked that. Like Queen Latifah being in the Living Single theme song. Martin being in the Martin theme song. Fresh Prince, like Will Smith being in the Fresh Prince theme song. I kind of liked that. It's a lot to ask, but it's kind of a thing that was more so a 90s thing that I feel like maybe still happens, but it's way more rare now than it was. I want to imagine Martin remix with Fat Man Scoop yelling the Martin refrain. Did you get to your check-in, Omni, says Liana? I sure didn't. I sure did not. History is always crushed into a single point like that. A lot of people would say JFK was president for the moon landings, but it's Nixon. It was just all one point in time for the books. Agreed. I actually talked about that a little bit with Pernetic recently in person. Yeah, no command works. Bot isn't on. No command works. How do I turn him on? Have you guys ever read Cosmo magazine? Yeah, nothing works. Oh, well that won't. Oh, I need the S on it. I need the S on it. Sorry. Good morning, Erica. Welcome. 10 ways to turn him on. Did I tell you guys the Cosmo magazine story? When I was going into sophomore year in high school. No, I was younger. Crap. Freshman or 8th grade. I was like 8th or 9th grade, and like during the summer we didn't have any books around the house, but my sister had a bunch of Cosmo magazines, so I just used to read them, and I would like, yeah, that was all it always was, Erica. And I like ripped out, there was a specific one that said it was, oh my god, it was like 10 ways to make him something in the bedroom, and it was like melt or scream or like cry. It was something wild, but I was like, that's hard. And I ripped it out and I put it in the little like sleeve of your 3-ring binder. You know how you have that little sleeve where most people that had friends would like put photos of them and their friends? I would put like clippings from Cosmo magazine. I actually got in trouble for it once. Yeah. We had seminary at school. If you don't know what seminary is, there's like a lot of Mormons at my high school, and so there was like a Mormon like section. Like they would go to like a Mormon class. Like I don't know if they got elective credits for it or what. Anyways, there was one girl in that class that had a real big problem with my like 10 ways to make him scream in the bedroom thing, and she actually ratted me. This is so not part of my check-in. I'm actually gonna get to my check-in. That's nothing. Forget it. Like wipe that from the VOD. My check-in. I did my long like 8-month check-in. I did my long 8-month check-in a while ago. The musical musician, sorry. Thank you for the follow. Welcome. Hold on. Sorry. There was a whole Mormon class. Yeah, seminary. Yeah. There's like a Mormon like thing. It's interesting because it's not it can't. This is public school? Yeah, this is public school. This is public school. Look it up. Look it up for sure. But there is like a whole thing where it couldn't actually be on campus. Like the Mormon class, the seminary building was just off campus. And so you would actually have to get this.
Okay, I don't want anybody to panic, but we appear to be receiving a Twitch raid. Everybody just remain calm.
Do I have my raid thing?
Just remain calm. Some of the raiders, ask everybody how they're doing.
Is that gonna work? I don't know if that's gonna work. I don't think my raid scene works anymore.
Twitch raid. Twitch raid. Twitch raid. Twitch raid. A Twitch raid.
Christ. Thank you, Soy, for the raid. I wasn't prepared for a raid. I wasn't prepared for anything. It's my first stream back. But thank you so much for being here. Soy, I want to talk to you so much about my new baby. I want to talk to you so much about the SP404 Mark II. I'm in love. You know, it's new. It's exciting. I'm still learning. We're both learning. You know, it's been an adventure. Thank you for coming in here, and thanks for bringing all your folks. I really appreciate you. Hey, what's up, Gonzi Supreme? My brain saw Gonzi Supreme and read it internally as Ponzi scheme, and I'm glad I didn't say that out loud. Hi, Gonzi. How are you doing? I got to catch up on so much stuff. I've never seen your Twitch rate, says Erica. Oh, it's there. I'm not changing it either. I was like, should I change the Twitch rate video? But I don't feel like it. I don't feel like it, and I kind of have an emotional attachment to the one that this is, so it remains. But thank you, Soy, for the raid. I really appreciate it. What were you doing? What were you doing? Were you making music? Were you chilling? This is early. I mean, at least for you know, West Coast people. So you already finished your stream. I envy you. I envy you in a way. Yes. But yeah, I do want to talk to you about the SP404 Mark II. Oof. I've been calling it Spinelli because it's easier for me to say. I know some people just say 404. I don't know. It seems so impersonal. I usually name a lot of my gear. Thank you, Pernetic, for the audio reminder. I got it in time, but I mean, yeah, we missed the nose end of it, I suppose. The nose end. Thank you, Erica, for the sub. 5 months. That baby's still breathing the goo. It's still submerged. It's still fully gooed up. I was making music earlier, says Soy. Word. Guys, go follow Soy. I don't think my shout out works right now, but please follow Soy Israel. Soy makes really good music. Soy makes really good music. Even, like, I just got chill? I just got my sampler, so I'm like doing a bunch of stuff with it, and it's like Soy is kind of my benchmark. I'm like, one day I will hopefully be as good at Soy. I will be able to make things as good and technical as Soy Dallas. And we'll get into that a little bit later in my check-in. Not right now, but we will get into that later. Could you imagine how weird it would be if it was actually just a silent clip? I actually see now. I kind of want to do that. There is something really cool about chaotic visuals with no sound whatsoever. I do kind of like that. Do people rating still have to refresh to count as a viewer? I don't know. I want one eventually, says Soy, talking about the 404 too. Yeah, get one, please. Can I plug something real quick? Please. Yeah, go for it. I don't know, like, if posting links works. I don't, if that's what it is, but yeah, I mean, you have my blessing. I just don't know how to make it okay in the chat. Hi Gonzi, though. Thank you. A salute to you as well. You going to be front page? I already know, says Cyber, talking to Soy. I agree with this. Thank you for the sub, Erica. Again, if I didn't say so earlier, I might have only said it in my head. I hate to raid and run, fam. Do you mind if I plug something before I leave? Yeah, go for it if you can. But yeah, please go and do your life stuff because you have one. You have one, and you should enjoy it. Pernetic says, ain't there a baked-in shout-out command now that actually says, hey, follow this man? Oh, is there? I wish you guys couldn't hear me clicking around aimlessly like that, but that's how it be, huh? That's how it be. Somebody shout out Soy if I can't do it. Soy says, my best friend recently passed away, leaving behind a wife and 2 kids. We are trying to raise funds to help him cover the cost of the funeral service to provide, at the very least, some financial relief after this unexpected loss. If you have a couple of dollars to spare, please donate to Dang It. Okay. Or the PayPal. At least the PayPal. Oh, the PayPal came. Oh, dang it. No, it didn't. How do I allow this? How do I... Oh, thank you, Liana. Sorry about that, Soy. But thank you, Liana, for helping. And yeah, thank you for the raid, Soy. And yeah, if anybody can help, that sounds rough. Especially around the holidays, and so I'm sending all my best. But I'll have to write down that. Well, I don't have to. I can probably just remember it. MF Noodle Gang? Yeah, that's chill. I can remember that. Thank you, Soy. And I hope you enjoy the rest of your day. That's rough. I should probably do my check-in. Heavens. What time are we? We're 11:40. Remember when the stream used to be 2 hours? Wait, was it actually ever? Or was that just a thing I said and I never was actually able to meet? Anyways, I should get to my check-in. My check-in is... I already did the 8 month, so I'm not doing the 8th month. If you want my 8th month check-in, I would direct you to the VOD, but I have deleted it because I said things in that VOD that I don't want other people to hear. So... I don't know. Hit me up in the Discord. I'll give you an abridged version. As far as like since I last streamed, the check-in is I went out of town for a little while. I went up to Washington. I had some cool work to do up there. I also did some music licensing stuff, which I kind of talked about in my last stream. But since hey, what's up, Mr. Electric? Since a lot of people just hear me say, oh, I had to go there for work, or I had to go here for work, but I never actually say what the work is. I'm just going to do a brief explanation of what licensing is. Technically, you shouldn't always have to go anywhere to do licensing, right? Like, it can be a thing that you can do online. I mean, these days, when do you really need to go anywhere for work? If it's, like, internet stuff. Like, most of the time, you could just do things from where you are. But I have this thing where if I'm going to be working with people, I like to meet people, you know? I like to actually know who the people are I'm working with. So I do try to make the effort or make the trip to see them, talk to these people, etc. Same thing with working with people. Like I've made music with people, but I prefer to know the people I'm making music with. Like Mia, we've met. I've hung out with Mia. I hung out with Ahi. I've hung out with the people that worked with Dona, you know. Julia, who did the art for Gleam Dream. Like I know these people physically in a real life space. It's a little bit harder for me to work with people that I've never ever met. It's not impossible, but I just prefer not to. So that being said, I went up to Washington to do licensing. What is licensing? Licensing, in the broader sense, is basically getting the permission to use something. That's all it really means. You know, you can purchase licenses to a movie, which means that you can put that movie wherever you want to put it. A lot of times when you commission art from people, you can commission the art, but there's an extra thing that you can do, which is purchasing the license for the art, or even renting or leasing the license to the art. Just because you pay to have something commissioned doesn't always mean that you get to do whatever you want with it. For example, if I have commissioned somebody to draw a cool picture of me and my new fiance because we're weebs and we want to look like anime characters for our wedding announcement, I can do that. However, if I want to then put that piece of art on t-shirts and sell them at my wedding as wedding merch, which now I'm saying it, should probably be a thing. Is there not wedding merch? I guess you give people things. I don't know. Is there not wedding merch? That's such a waste of an... Sorry, it's not a waste of an event. Marriages and weddings are very cool. And don't need merch to be... Do funerals have merch? Being a musician has like poisoned my brain. What was I talking about? Licensing. So you purchase like a license is basically saying you can do whatever you want with this. However, in a lot of contracts for licensing, there are guidelines like, oh, you can do this, but you can't do that. You can sell it here, but you can't sell it here. Licensing music is very interesting because I have licensed a lot of my music for ads, right? Where I have music of mine that is played in commercials. I had two-tone disco songs that I produced that were in like Funimation ads back in the day. That was a license. Basically, they were purchasing the song to do a thing with it. And it was stipulated in the contract exactly what they were going to do. We're purchasing it so that we can use 30 seconds of it in this specific commercial advertisement spot that we have already planned out. And then we'll do nothing else with it. However, there are a lot looser and more long-term licenses, right? Where you can purchase something and you get to do whatever you want with it for like 5 years. A really good, if this isn't like ringing any bells or hitting home for any of you, a really good example of this is Netflix, right? Like Netflix has two different types of content. They have Netflix originals like Orange is the New Black or House of Cards or that new Witcher series that they have. And they have licenses, right? Like you can technically get on Netflix and watch Bullet Train, I think, which just came out not too long ago. That is a license that they have purchased to put it on their platform for a limited amount of time. After that time is over, they can renew this license or it can go away somewhere else. Also, other people can purchase that license. It's a whole complicated thing. But the work that I was doing up in Washington had a lot to do with music licensing. Music that I've already made, music that I'm going to make, that is going to be licensed out by other people. I currently have over 100 songs out in the world and released. I do not, however, own the license to all of this music. In some cases, I own none of the license to it, songs like Venomade. And then there are other cases where I own partial licenses to it, like the score that I made for the video game that I just made, right? For this video game up here. I did a score for a video game, but I don't own the complete license of that. You know, Sony is involved. Sony owns a little piece of it. The royalties are all over the place. But the point is, the work that I was doing up in Washington was for music licensing, and that is why I was up there. Hopefully that makes sense. Now I can actually talk about being up there and not working. So, the trip up there, I took an Amtrak, which I was very happy to do because I love trains. I'm a big train head. Train head. I'm a big train boy. Train boy. It was a 34-hour ride from Los Angeles to King Street Station in Seattle, Washington. It was a long train ride. You're absolutely right, Danny Bird. And it was immaculate. Get ready for another bright blend. Ooh. He's washed out, baby. Anyways, when you're on the Amtrak, I'm just going to do a little description of how the Amtrak works, just in case you've never been on an Amtrak or you don't take a lot of trains here in the United States of America. Amtrak has a few different delineations on, like, class. That's what it is, right? It's a class system. Or else they wouldn't say first class. There's a few different ways you can take the train. You can ride coach. You could ride business class. You could ride first class. And you can get a room. And even once you get a room, those come in a few different levels. So when I usually take the Amtrak like down to see Adrillix, who does the art for this stream, all the cards, that's her. I take the train down south into Orange County to hang with her. That, I just get a coach seat, right? Because I'm going to be on the train for max 2-3 hours. However, when it gets to going up on it for 34 hours, I was like, maybe I want a little bit more of a comfortable ride than just a seat. So I got a roomette. Ugh. Oh, man. Y'all. Ooh. It was so nice. The roomette is technically made for 2 people. The roomette is about the size of Think of a race car bed. No, come on, Omni. You can do better than that. The size is... I guess you could just look up the dimensions in your spare time. But it's big enough where I can do this, laying down, and I'm okay. So however tall, but I'm just barely okay. Like, this long, like, toes to tip to toes long, and then wide-wise, it's like about... I could do this in the room and be just about okay. Maybe a little bit more. Like, from my window, like, out here. So it's, like, solid, bro. It's, like, about the size of this keyboard, actually. Well, a little bit bigger than this keyboard. Width, and then long-wise, it's, like, toe-to-tip. And there's 2 chairs that face each other. At night, the 2 chairs meet and turn into a bed, and then a second bed folds out of the ceiling. So... It's really made for 2 people because it has 2 chairs and it turns into bunk beds at night. I took it as 1 person. I want to make this point very clear. If you're daydreaming, listen to this one thing that I say and then nothing else. The roomette is made for 2 people, but I wouldn't put 2 people in it. I'm not saying that because 2 people can't fit into it. I'm saying that because at that point, what's the point? At that point, you're not really maxing and relaxing. You got another freaking yapping human in there with you. So I wouldn't put 2 people in there. I wouldn't do it. But I took the roomette up there. So it was a really comfy ride. I've heard like a lot of very polarizing opinions on the train. Some people say it's super uncomfortable. Some people say they've had mad delays. Other people say that it's really comfy. For me, as somebody, and you guys know how I am, I can sleep on hardwood floor. I'm not the most, bougie when it comes to accommodations. I'm mad comfortable. Like, in that train, it wasn't like jostling like a plane in turbulence. It was doing this nice little freaking, It was doing to me what I imagine the baby feels when it's in the goo pod. Just a little, When Prego Mommy like goes out to walk at the store and the baby gets a little bit of this, like, ooh, it was just like that, baby. Rocked me to sleep. God dang. In fact, after my first night's rest, the second day, I was sad because I was like, I'm not going to get to sleep on this train again. Truly amazing stuff. Yes, I understand that trains in the United States are very novelty, whereas places in Europe or Asia, they're very commonplace because everybody uses them. Here, that's not the case, so it's a very novel thing to be able to do, and it does take a long time. If I flew to Seattle, it would have taken about 2 hours and some change. If I drove to Seattle, it would have taken under 20 hours, so the train is like one of the slowest modes you can use. I could have bussed there for quite a bit faster. But I love trains, and so I took the train up there. When you get a roomette, guys, it's different. Not only is it different because of the accommodations, because you get a bed and everything, but it's different because all your meals are free, bro. All your meals are compata. They're not comp. They're just part of that like goofy price of the roomette. But all of the food is free. And the way that the class system works on the train... Have you guys seen Snowpiercer? Have you guys seen Snowpiercer? Because I felt like I was in it. All of the brokies are at the back of the train. All of the brokies are at the back of the train. This is how high up roomettes are on the train. Here's the first car of the train where the freaking dude is, the driver. Honk, honk, beep, beep. He's at the front. And then directly behind him is me. What? I've never been that far forward in anything. You know when you get on a plane, you have to walk through first class, and then you have to walk back to the brokey section? I didn't even see the brokey section in the train, guys. They wouldn't let me in the brokey door. There's 2 doors to get on the train. There's a door towards the back end, and there's a door towards the front end. And I checked my ticket at the back end. They're like, oh, no, your door is up there. And I was like, oh, pardon me. I didn't even see them. I actually did walk through it once. Because it was late at night and I was just goofing. Late the first night, I just changed into my pajamas and I just walked around the length of the train. I was just eating bread and chips and stuff like that. They have a cafe car, just walking around pajama pants, man, late at night. And boy, one, trains are long. We all know it because we have to look at them. But when you're walking in that dude, like you get like an actual nice little walk walk routine in, walking from one end of the train to the other end. And the people, man, granted, okay, I want to say this. In my car, only retired couples. Only like retired couples, veterans, people who worked for the railroad for like 40 years and are now retired. Like, that's all that was on my car, and then me. Me sitting with my like little sampler, like making beats, and then just a bunch of like, you know, old wealthy white people, basically. That was my car. And so at the trains are kind of classist, actually. I mean, obviously because of the way they're built, but like even the people that are on them, people were nice to me. I've never been treated that nice on a train before. And it was because I was in the freaking sleeper car, man. The sleeper car where the homies are at. There were the people. I was talking to some of these people. They were like, yeah, I'm going to get on this train. I'm taking the other train to go to Chicago later. We got the sleeper car. And that's another thing I want to say. I was the brokey of the sleeper car. So the sleeper car, the roomette isn't the only room. There are, guys, there are rooms on Amtrak trains that are so big that the hallway to get around the rooms is like questionably narrow. Have you ever walked through a doorway or a hall or something and you just kind of looked at it and you were able to get through fine, but you were like, this is kind of small though, right? How did they get anything else through here? Anything that's not people, you know? Heck, some people, like, there's like a lot of like members of my family that I'm like, I don't feel like this hall is made with them in mind. Anyways, point is, there's rooms that are so big on the train that you have to like equal past them. Hallways like that make me uneasy, says Lindsay. Yeah, it was a hallway like that. On one side of the hallway is just the windows of the outside of the train, and on the other side of the hallway is the wall of people's rooms. I was not in a room that big. I was in a room that didn't have a bathroom. These people's rooms have bathrooms in them and stuff like that, showers and junk. I didn't have that. I had a communal shower at the bottom. But I haven't even gotten to Seattle. I'm gonna move on now, but the point is, the train was amazing. The train was incredible. If you haven't been on an Amtrak also on the West Coast, a lot of our lines, especially going from like San Diego up to Seattle and Vancouver, are pretty close to the southern bit, pretty close to the shoreline. So I was seeing a lot of ocean, a lot of snow, a lot of animals. Beautiful. And the free meals? Are you kidding me? Ugh. And then I was in Seattle. King Street Station in Seattle, quite a bit smaller than Union Station here in Los Angeles. Reasonably so. Smaller city, smaller train station. My friend picked me up from that. I had some food. I'm not going to go over every single meal that I made, so I'm just going to hit the highlights. A friend that I went to high school with, who lives up there now and is a practicing doctor, was the one that I was staying with at first. And so when I wasn't working, we would just hang out and catch up, and it was actually really cool. Took me to a few different places, mostly like cafes and stuff. We got to have where was the first place he took me? He took me to some bar called Katsu or something like that. No, Taku. And we had like chicken karaage, which was sick. And then they have cocktails. Like, I mean, I feel like Seattle is like obviously about coffee, and also like about just alcohol in general. Like a lot of like local brews and cocktails I've never heard of. But since I don't drink, I was doing the virgin cocktails, and they had one that tasted like bubblegum, and it was delicious. I had two of them. They were overpriced. So it was like $8. And I was thinking to myself, $8 for bubblegum? $8. Anywho, and then after that, I got to meet up with searching. I met up with a friend of mine named Elena and her friend, who I had not met before, but had a great time with. We went to a thrift store where I got the sweater that I'm currently wearing. And then, just like some game stores, we kind of just walked around. Got boba. We basically did the thing that I would do down here, up there. Like, got boba. Went to like a comic book store. Went thrifting. Ate noodles. It was sick. Seattle has a kombucha bar, says Mr. Electric. I would go to it. Pranay says, I don't know why I heard communal shower and thought prison shower. Maybe that's just the way you framed it. Yeah, I didn't use it. I don't want to shower on a train. Maybe that would be a cool thing to do once, but I was like, I'm not stinky. Me no stinky. I've only been sitting here, making beats. I haven't sweated or anything. I haven't done anything. I'm gonna shower. And this shower that's like the size of... Well, the shower actually was kind of big to be on a train. I just didn't want to. I don't know. I didn't want to be naked on the shower. It was like cold out there. My room was heated. Oh, that's another thing. My room was heated. I'm back on the train. Sorry, in Seattle, we went and got noodles. We hung out. It was really, really cool. We went to the Ni no Kuniya up there, which if you're not familiar with Ni no Kuniya, it's like a Japanese bookstore, which the one in Seattle is like at least twice the size the one down here in Los Angeles, which was kind of cool to see. Very cool. Very, get back in there, you. It was very cool, very entertaining, very enlightening. Let's go get noodles, says Erica. I've been eating like a pretty solid diet of noodles. I probably need to chill, but I actually have like a... Well, never mind. I'm not going to say that. It was a pretty good spread of noodles. I kept it diverse. But yeah, I'm always down to eat noodles. Lindsay says some of the rooms weren't heated. Whoa. Well, it's not that some of the rooms weren't heated. It's that the rest of the train... Like, okay, here's what it is. Let me back up. I'm mad that I'm talking about the train. I said Ni no Kuniya. No, that's a game. Oh, crap. The game is Ni no Kuniya. The bookstore is... Oh, God. Kuni? Oh, my God, no. I never confuse this. My friend always confuses this, and I made fun of him for it. No, I just did it. Kinokuniya is what the bookstore is called. Oh, never mind. Liana says it. Kinokuniya is the bookstore. I said Ni no Kuniya. My bad. The Kinokuniya there is dangerous. I always spend money, says Jelly Star. I didn't spend any money, but I wanted to. The only thing that kept me from spending money, Jelly, is I was like, I don't want to take any of this stuff back to LA. I was like, I don't want to like leave here with more stuff than I came with. Bernenic says, you were literally right next to the stadiums and didn't even notice. Yeah, I'm not a sportser, but I probably should have been able to see them, right? Visibility is weird in Seattle. Take 3 steps to the right and you can't see anything. You can't see like a block away. But if you've never been to Kinokuniya, it's like a Japanese bookstore. And it's very, very cool because they obviously don't just sell books. It's a bookstore in the way that Barnes & Noble is a bookstore. Like, you can go to get books, but you can also go to get like a pretty wide array of different things and like toys. And it's really cool. So the one in Seattle is quite large, and so I went in there. It's at least bigger than the one in Little Tokyo. We have several in Los Angeles. It's just bigger than the one that I go to. And so it was really nice. After I hung out with them, me and my friend from high school went and got dinner and cocktails. I like, people like don't like taking me to bars. And I get it. Because a lot of people are like, if I'm drunk, you drunk. Me no drunk, you no drunk. Me drunk, you no drunk? No. A lot of people have that kind of attitude when it comes to drinking. And I get it, right? Do I? I respect it, is what I mean to say. I respect it. But I like bars. And they always have to have something that's non-alcoholic, I'm the designated driver. So we went out and got cocktails, and it was cool. I had this thing that was like... I was like, is this why people drink alcohol? It was wild. It was... yuzu... It was like super citrusy, but it was like hard to drink. I was like, oh, I can't drink this. I have to sip this because it's literally hurting me. It was like that strong and bitter. And it wasn't alcoholic, which was cool, but I was like, maybe this is why people like alcohol, because they have to drink it slow and it hurts. It was okay. Anywho, after that happened, I actually got to go to Mopop, which is a museum down there, with Kit and Kyrea, which was fun. There's a lot of stuff in that museum. I'm not a huge museum head, but I will say Mopop has, like, in the basement, there's, like, a whole horror section of the museum, which I was like, this should be normal. Like, this should be part of... We're getting another bright snap. I was like, this should be, like, default in museums. It was sick, man. They actually had, like, a little wall where they had all of the... oh, that feels good. Bro, I missed this. Seattle, come on, man. Come on, man. I feel like I got 3 shades lighter in Seattle. Bring me the heat. Anyways, what was I saying? We went to the museum. They had a whole wall where it was like Jason and Freddy Krueger and the freaking girl from The Ring and Michael Myers. It was like all of these different killers, and it had like stats on them, like their kill count and their bio, their like likes and dislikes, their age and stuff like that. It was really cool. Yeah, it was freaking sick. That wasn't the only thing that was sick in the museum. There was tons of stuff. There was a whole like section that was dedicated to Pearl Jam, because I guess they're like a hometown hero up there. Pearl Jam's cool. I don't really know a lot of their music. I just know the one that goes like, Ibimbo, you just got a lie. You guys know that one? Oh, Ibimbo, so we can that way. You guys know that song? That's the only real like Pearl Jam song I know. I think there's one that goes like, there's like one that goes like that too. Unless that's Creed. That might be a Creed song. He has a really pretty voice, Eddie Vedder, whose name I know now because I went to the museum. They're a good band. You know, people didn't like those bands. I liked them though. You know how hard it was to be like a black kid and like Pearl Jam? People didn't know what to do with me. They were really pretty songs, the two that I know. But that part of the museum was really cool. And there was a lot of music stuff there, which obviously I like because that's all I know how to do. So we left there. I had a meat pie. I walked in the rain for a while. I went to a comic book store. And then we took photos and and then freaking Kit was nice enough to drive me back to where I was staying, which was nice. Wait. Who was driving? Wait, Kit, were you driving? I don't think Kit was driving, actually. Anyways, I got driven back to... I think maybe Kyrie was driving. I think I was driving, but... they gave me a ride home, and it was sick. I wasn't about to let you get all soggy in the rain. Yeah, it was... I was pretty wet. It was raining enough to where, like, my glasses were... I couldn't see through them, but it would have been pointless to wipe them clean, because it would have just re-wet itself. Yeah, okay. I was, okay. Thank you for the ride. It was Kit. I just had to pull the car out because oh, right, okay. Chill. Thanks for the ride back. What else? Then I left and then I left Seattle and I was staying at Pernetic's place for a while, which was great. Because Pernetic has a lovely home. Also, Pernetic has lovely dogs. Also, Pernetic has cats, but Pernetic has a lot of allergy medication, which perfectly timed to my departure. It had me feeling like a smooth spruce goose until the day I left. Like the night before I had to leave, I was like sniffling like a piglet, and then the day that I left, I was feeling it. But all the days that I was there, shockingly okay. Oh, you were fine with cats? No. I was fine with cats like I'm fine with milk, right? Like, no, I wasn't fine with it, but modern medicine bridged the gap. It bridged the gap. Let's see. What else? We did a lot. I was able to get a lot of work done. I made a few songs on my sequencer, which I was going to use for my new Hold song, but I haven't implemented it yet. I made a couple of songs on my my sampler while I was at Pernetic's place. Pernetic made a really cool soup. Pernetic also made a Los Angeles Lakers themed smoothie, which was cool. Pernetic showed me a waterfall, which is from that show that I've never seen, where the girl goes missing. There was a day where we had pizza. All day. We went to a place called Pizza Factory, got loaded. And then we went to a place called Coconut Kenny's, had pizza again there. It was beautiful. It was so good. It was really good. I kept waiting for my body to break down. I kept waiting for my body. Yes, Tina, I'm sorry. By the way, welcome, Tina. Welcome in. You're all caught up. You're all caught up. What was I saying? Pizza was good. Oh, I kept waiting for everything to break my body. My body seemed okay. It was really, really weird. First things first, usually allergy medicine only works for about 2 to 3 days for me with cats, but this time it worked for a full 5. Only on the 6th day was I like taking the meds and I was like, it's not doing anything. I'm just going to be sniffing today. Sniffing and itchy. But, that didn't bother me as bad as it could have. The cold didn't bother me as bad as it could have. Granted, I wasn't just out and standing in it a bunch, but I mean, I had my long johns, I had my thermals, I was okay. I had the freaking Uniqlo Heat Tech. I was layered up. That ended up being okay. Also, I was eating a lot of like real food. Here at home, the way my diet works is I'll have snack in the morning, right? Peanut butter and jelly sandwich, a little bit of fruit. Then I eat a real meal like mid to late afternoon. Like I'll eat like a thing, you know, where there's sides and stuff. And then I'll snack again before bed. It's like tiny meal, tiny meal, sleep. That's kind of my clock for food things. At Prenetick's place, Prenetick is a really good cook for one. And also, there was a lot of food stuff I wanted to try. So we were eating like real food. Also, Dick's, I had it 3 times. I had it once with my doctor friend. Then the second 2 times actually was with Prenetick. I'd never had a deluxe. I'd never had a deluxe from Dick's, so I got a deluxe, 1 cheeseburger, and a fry, which has to be my new order now. Delicious, man. Freaking transcendent food. Such good food. Also, what else was 8? Prenetick's 6 soup. Oh, and then Danny came over and made focaccia for the soup. Focaccia bread. Which knocked me out like a baby. I slept like such a baby that night. I also played Turf Masters quite a bit with Prenetick, which turns out I like, but who could not like it? It's a really great game. It's a good game. It's a great game. I had a lot of fun with Turf Masters. I think I'm torn between Putt Master and Shot Maker as those are the 2 that I kind of like. Yo, you guys can't tell, but just in the in the time of this stream, Nobu's leaves have shifted to face the sun coming from the window, which is kind of funny. Like, if you could, like, rewind the stream, like, the leaves didn't look like this all the time. On the green! Yeah, it was sick. It's a pretty sick game. Just to like, remind myself or, like, to prove to myself how good it was, after we were done playing it, I fired up, that freaking Arnold Palmer golf game, and God, it's horrible. It's terrible. It's barely a game. And so, yeah, Turf Masters goes hard. It goes super hard. Who's going to tell me you're supposed to dilute that soap? Oh, Dr. Bonners. Dar was trying to wash off the top, like, 8 layers of skin in one go. Dar was trying to, like, shed just molting. You were putting that stuff on raw? You were doing the Dr. Bonners raw? Yikes. Other things to note, Deception Past, old fighting games. Oh, The Last Blade. Very good game that I played with Prenetick. Very good game. Very good game. Oh my, like, yeah, just a good game. Curry Beef Hambao. Okay, so, I gotta get to that. So there is a thing, so if you live on any coastal city, there's quite a bit. Usually coastal cities will have a Chinatown, right? Like LA's got a Chinatown, San Diego's got a Chinatown, San Francisco's got a Chinatown, Seattle's got a Chinatown, Portland's got. Is there any Portlanders in here? Because I would like to know if they have a Chinatown. They have to. Everybody's got a Chinatown. I'm just saying I've never been to Portland's Chinatown, but I've been to all the other ones. And so, usually when you go to a Chinatown, you can get all the Chinese goods, man. And one of the goods is like bao, you know, like bao. Everybody likes bao. You gotta get your bao, your buns, you know, steamed buns. But there's a specific type of bao in Seattle that's like one, it's sweet. Two, it's like fried. The top of it looks like Dutch crunch bread from freaking Ike's. It's like cracked a little bit. Ugh. It's sweet, crunchy, but soft bread. And it's got curried beef inside, guys. And I can't get them down here. I can't get them. It's one or the other. I can get like a sweet, soft bun, or I could get curry beef. But you can't go to any Chinese place down here and get that thing. And it was sick, man. It was so good. It was one of those things that you experience, and then midway through it, you're sad because you're like, I don't know when I'm going to get to have this again. That's how my brain works. It immediately goes to, oh, but I won't get to have it anytime soon. And I got sad. It was so good. It was so good. I saw the boobs. I saw the fish throwing. I had maybe one of the best ginger beers I've ever had from a place called RGB. Oh, they had like a honey crisp. Oh, it was so good. It was cold outside, and it was ice cold to drink, and it was that good that it didn't bother me how cold it was. Ugh. It was so good. I'm gonna be thinking about that for so long. They ship those, so I might like do a bougie move. You know when like you can't afford something, but you do it? I guess that's not called bougie. I guess that's just called irresponsible. I'm going to do an irresponsible thing at some point and just order some RGB ginger beer for here. That crap hit. The Honey Crisp one was seasonal, but ugh. You guys know I love ginger beer. Oh, there's a bee. There's a bee inside my room. Man. Jeremy Spooky. I'm sorry, that was disgusting. I'm normally pretty good about burping on stream. Get a bee hoping. Can you see him? Can you see him? Leave. Go free. Be one with Mother Nature, bee. That's the first time I've seen a bee alive, actually, in a while. Usually they're just in piles of the dead here in Los Angeles. I don't know what's killing them, but it's doing a very good job. What was I saying? What was I saying? Oh, the RGB. I mean, that's like the cliff notes, but point is, it was really good. It was really good. It was really sick. The whole experience was great. Thank you. I know he's not in here, but Mirage is my friend that hosted me first. Thank you, Mirage, for putting up with me and letting me chill. Like, just letting me chill, man. Thank you. That was sick. I know I'm a lot. I know I'm a lot. So, yeah. Thank you for that. Thank you, Kit and Kyrea, for putting up with me for that day. And for being down to just walk about town. I appreciate it. Thank you, Elena, for eating the rest of my cinnamon roll, because it was too much for me to eat. And for encouraging me to buy this sweater, because it's very comfortable, although I'm quite hot right now. The sun is doing its job. It's doing its job, and I'm maybe a couple more degrees, and I will start sweating. And thank you, Pernetic, for hosting and cooking and being down to play games, and for the allergy medicine, and for taking me to everything. For taking me to Deception's Past. That was really pretty and cool. For taking me to Dick's several times. That was really delicious and great. Yeah. Sick. Very cool. Also, Pernetic's like freaking... Pernetic's Whip has heated seats, and it really felt like a little slice of home, just sitting in a hot seat, man. That's what it feels like streaming here, man. Shaggy says, next time we'll coordinate, and I'll come visit Pernetic at the same time. Oh, that'd be sick. Oh, that'd be hard. Everybody to Pernetic's. Erica says, I like the new sweater. Good pick. Yeah. You know, I can thrift on my own. I could do it all by myself. But there are like a handful of friends that I feel like get me enough to be like, yo, this is you all over, bro. Elena's one of those people. He's one of those people. Mia Gladstone's one of those people. Like, I'll take them shopping and they'll hand me a thing and I'll put it on. But people understand my style. My pleasure, man. I had such a freaking sick time hanging out. It was such a low drag week. Yeah, it was sick. It was sick. There was a lot of funny moments. My side hurt. Me and Pernetic were cutting up. Also, I didn't say anything because I wasn't in chat, but we were looking at your stream. Pernetic put your stream, Titanium. I don't know if you're still in here, but he put your stream up on the TV. We were watching that, and that was cool. We watched the Game Awards live. We got to see the freaking like Rabbi Bill Clinton nomination live, which was really confusing. Because of course it was. But I mean, it was the Game Awards. I don't know. I feel weird about the Game Awards. I feel one way about the Game Awards as a consumer. I feel another way about the Game Awards as a like game dev person. And then I feel a third way about the Game Awards, just the same way I feel about all like award ceremonies and award shows. It's kind of weird. Oh, you're still alive? I was asleep, bro, says Chibi Lucy. Hi, Lucy. Hiya. Also, I give all my Animal Crossing neighbors sweaters. Is that like a thing? I don't play this game. Do you make them? Do you have to farm sweaters? How do you get them? Where do they come from? Tar says, Omni, we'd go shopping one time and I'd say something stupid like your fashion is if you could make clothes into juggalos and we'd never speak again. You've crossed that line quite a bit of times. Quite a bit of times? Quite a few times with me, Dar. You've crossed the I don't want to talk to this person anymore line. You've crossed the confusion into like disgust and repulsion line a few times. And we're still talking, so I don't think you have to worry about that. I think you could get anything off. We played old busted Chinese knockoff consoles for a minute too. That was the Megaduck comment I made. Yeah, we played Megaduck in the basement, and that hurt me. Some of those games, it's like I even want to play them because they're so interesting, but like that old sound, the old sound design of like those old chips, like ooh, it's like a freaking katana through butter. It's like way over. It's too much. It's too much. You don't need a katana to cut through butter. You don't need sounds to be that rough, man. Anyways, yeah, played some Megaduck games. That was tough. I like grap. I'm legit hot. Dar says they aren't insults. I just make the most nonsensical connections in my brain. Me too. But I actually insult people when I do it. I buy them from the little shop on the island for them. One looks like yours, and the seasonal one has a snowflake on it. I just handed them out last night because it started snowing on island. If there's a DLC for Animal Crossing that has guns, I may get a Switch. I may have to acquire one switcheroo. But alas, I don't think they have that yet. Do they at least have like a water gun or something? I don't think there's a non-insulting way to compare anything about a person to a juggalo, says Dar. Probably not. Probably not. Juggalos don't come up naturally in conversation with me very often, unless, like, somebody's drinking Faygo, but I don't really think about juggalos often. They don't acquire that much, they don't occupy, I guess, that much space in my brain. They did at one point. Oh, they did at one point. There was this girl named Kathleen. Big juggalo. Face paint and everything. Ugh. Wow. That was a quality woman. She was sick, man. She was sick. I don't know much else about juggalo culture. Do you mean gigolos? What's a juggalo? No, Tina, juggalo is... I don't want to explain it. It's like a whole thing. You know who Insane Clown Posse? Actually, it's a whole thing. I don't want to get into it, but it is a thing. I do not mean gigolo. That's different. That is different. I don't know that I know any of those. Well, I don't know that I know any official gigolos. Lindsay says, has there ever been a normal Kathleen? I shouldn't think about this person because There's no way she's the same now. You ever, you just have memories of people sometimes from like 10 years ago, from 12, 15 years ago. You have a memory of somebody and you're just like, wow, they were amazing. But you have no idea who they are now. You have no idea who they are. I knew a Kathleen that ran away and got married in Idaho. Sounds similar. I could see somebody getting married in Idaho. I always talk about falling in love in Wyoming, right? I feel like I would go to like a more like part of the United States, and yeah, man, the vibes would be on. Idaho, Twin Falls, potatoes, Boise, other things like the love is in the air. I could see myself being in like a small town like that and being like, oh heck yeah, you're the local Kathleen. I subscribe. Umbe says, every bill I pay takes me closer to my gigolo arc in life. Money is not real. Money's not real, baby. Just wish my landlord knew that. Juggalos were the progenitors to Eminem fans. Whoa. I don't want to comment on that, but that's actually a pretty good take. I guess that is me commenting on it. I think that take is good. I think it's also riddled with bad. Like there's a lot there that doesn't add up, that doesn't connect at all, but there's just enough there that's a good take to me. Umbe says, oh, I'm in uh-oh territory right now. Gotta say, a lot less options than New York. That's the thing, man. Maybe if I was in an place in the United States, I would kind of become more viable. People would be like, he's not so bad. He's not so bad. There's only 8 of them. Somebody's got to choose him, right? The Juggalo to Eminem fan pipeline. Yikes. I'm sure that was a pipeline, though. I'm sure that is a direct one-to-one pipeline for sure. 2 destinations, 2 stops on that expressway. There's just my personality. You just described my personality. Oh. Says Dar. Have I? Have I? It becomes like The Bachelor because there's like 12 options. That's what I mean, Lindsay. Somebody's eventually got to choose your old boy here. But they wouldn't be able to leave. Because they're bubbled in, I've never been to Cheyenne, Montana. I've never been to Cheyenne, but I imagine there's a lot of people there that just can't leave, for reasons. And so it's probably a lot of stability. It's probably a lot more stability. Oh, man. Anyways, is that my check-in? Oh, yeah. And then me and Pernetic had the humbao. It was delicious. I got to see people throw the fish. I got the ginger beer. I saw the gum wall. I saw a park. We went to Gas Works. It was cool. Pernetic took some really cool photos, which is interesting because it's almost like music, right? Like, you guys know I make music, right? God, I hope so. You guys know I make music, but then it's different when you're looking at me make music because you're like, oh, this fool's like doing the thing. Ew, gross. He's doing it in front of me. Ew. Like, you have that effect. The same thing is like, oh, I know Pernetic's taking photos. We've all seen Pernetic's photography. But then, like, looking at Pernetic take a photo, I was like, oh crap, he actually like does it. He has to like hold the thing. Ew, gross in front. No, but seriously, it was really cool. Seeing that. Very real. Very real. Fascinating. Oh, I played the Three Ninjas video game. I would like to play it again. It was horrible, but I want to beat it. That's the thing with games, man. I'm too freaking determined to, or stubborn, maybe. Maybe not determined. I'm too stubborn to just put down a bad game. Sometimes I'm like, I need to see the credits. I need to finish it. I like your comment, Dar. I like to think all reactions to artistic creations live are genuine disgust. Yeah. Sometimes it do be like that. Three Ninjas had the 8-second loop syndrome. Yeah, it did. The music was just an 8-second loop, and the gameplay was terrible. I'm definitely the wait. They weren't joking. They can do that type dude. Yeah, Umbe. I don't think people do that for me because this is all I do, right? All the people know me to do is this. I think when people see me do other things, they're like, that fool can walk? Ew. Somebody actually likes him? Ew. I think that I have had that. I think I've had that with like my family members where they've been like, there's a lot of family members where it's, you know, it's your brother. It's like your little brother. So you're like, hey man, you're talented. Like you're good. Like people like you. You're not a waste of space, bro. And then like I actually like bring a girl around. They're like looking at the girl like, is she blind? Like what is the deal? Hey Kat, how are you? Wow, disgusting had to be permitted? Woof. Yikesies. Hi, Kat. You can give me your check-in still. I have finished mine. So I do need to go to news because we're running behind. But I do appreciate you for making the time, Kat. And I hope you're doing well. Also, I missed the trailer for DS2, Death Stranding 2. I had to watch it after the fact, and I would like to play it. I am whack, maybe, because I played that first game, and I was like, that was amazing. And then after I beat it, I was like, that was great, but I would never want to play that again. And it looks like I'm actually very willing to do exactly that. Turns out, I'm willing to play that game again. Norman Reedus and the Magic Fetus Part 2? Yeah. Ugh. Now that they announced 2, it's making me like 1 more. I'm so fake. I'm a fake fan, actually. I'm a fake fan. I only like things when they're right in front of me. It's like a weird, like, version of where, like, love meets object permanence. Like, if something goes away, I'm like, oh no, was it good? I don't know. Maybe it was bad. Maybe I hate Waffle House. And then I'm, like, inside Waffle House, and I'm like, oh... wow, the colors, the smells, the swearing, the jukebox, the germs, the sticky menus. It's all back, baby. I love it. I'm like one of those people. So maybe I can't be trusted when it comes to like actual opinions on games and movies unless I'm actively playing them. Unless like they're right in front of me. Or unless a sequel gets announced. I'm going to go to news. My mini tiny check-in. I'm good. Stressed about tax season as an independent contractor. LOL. I'll drink to that. Kat. I keep getting a bunch of like TurboTax emails, you know, the automated ones that are like, hey man, it's time for the IRS to like kick your butt again. I've been looking at them, and I've been silently deleting all those emails, but I will get around to it. Right? I showed her at what they thought would place on the Waffle House jukebox. I used to ritually request Take On Me by Aha, which is actually in the jukebox. I used to do that. Now I'd probably do something else. But at the time, yeah, I was big on that song. I was just whack, you know. You know how whack people are. They just have poor taste in things. I'm just Mississippi Queen for 3 hours. It's just oh, dang. Mississippi Queen. You know what I mean. I'm going to news now. I'm going to have to, and yes, it's going to be muted. Yes, it's going to be muted. I'm working. I'm working to get, like, I'll get the last, like, 8 seconds of the news thing out. How about that?
I think it's time to do the news. It's definitely time to do the news. Do the news.
Ooh. It's probably because everybody at your local Waffle Houses are sensible people and not, like, annoying like I am, Lindsay. That's probably why you haven't seen them use the jukebox. Remember when Reliever painted you in the Aha video style? Yeah! Oh, I hope Reliever's having a good Monday, wherever Reliever is. I'm caught up. I don't remember the news lettering being all shimmery like that. Oh yeah, everything's new, baby. Everything's new. We got a new coat of paint. Things are broken. Things don't work. But the one thing I can guarantee is they are new. Except for some things. No, everything's new. How dare you? Everything's new. It's all new. I hope those dogs are okay. Jesus. We're in the news now. News shouldn't take too long. Because it kind of will service as a little bit of a truncated check-in as well, because we're just talking about what's new, baby. What's new with the stream? Well, it's season 5 now. It's season 5. I'm a little bit older. I'm a little bit heavier. I gained a couple of pounds over that. I gained a couple of pounds over the break. It's great. I'm a little bit heavier. I shaved, so I don't have any facial hair right now, because I said I would. I said I'm shaving when the album's done. The album's done, and it's slated to come out this Friday, so I'm clean shaven. Also, the album's done. My album, Gleam Dream, comes out this Friday. I posted about it a bunch. If you didn't see the Yeen posts, they are on Twitter and Instagram. But it is coming out this Friday. Pretty happy to finally get that out of the old canon, to clean out the coffers so I can actually start slating new releases. So that's this Friday. Some plant news, however. Nobu's bigger, nothing to note. Booba's bigger. However, Booba now has 2 siblings, Tuba and Nuba, who are just as big as he is. So I thought about including them in the stream plant family, but it's not necessary. It's imagine 3 of these on the piano, but also new plants, because yes, I also have slated some new plants, which there should be a group redeem for, but there's also new plants. So it's if I'm putting Tuba and Nuba up here and making themes for him, you won't be able to see me. It'll be too much. And so Booba is going to be a mainstay. Tuba and Nuba may make appearances at some point throughout the season, but they'll never be a redeem. They won't be something that you guys will have to really deal with or pay for. Do not worry about them. If you ever want to see them, I can always go get them. But that is that. Yes, I'm stoked as well. This is my stoked face. Midnight Stoker. Rybean says, did you ever get to see that sculpture park in Seattle with the roller skate, typewriter, eraser sculpture? I don't think I did, actually. I don't think I did. And now I had forgotten about it until just now. It'll be a true jungle cam. Yeah, you guys won't be able to see me. You won't be able to see my ugly mug, which might be a stream improvement. I'll take a poll. At some point. Also, the game that I was scoring came out. I actually played a couple of songs from the game itself during my medley. I played the Bob Apocalypse theme. I played that during the medley, and it actually kind of goes into if I went. And I can do that into the theme song. Anyways, point is, the game's out. A lot of the songs from the game I do know and can play. Some of the songs I can't. And we'll explore that as the series goes on, as the season goes on. We'll explore some of those songs, because one of them, right, Home, was something that I always played in the stream even before the game came out. But there's a lot of new songs now, like the Bob Apocalypse thing, like the Jay and Itsu theme. Wait. Fun song to play. Anyways, a lot of the songs that I made for the game are just loops, because welcome to game composition, and so they're really easy to play. It's just I have to relearn quite a few of them. I love that one, says Riot Beans, talking about the Bob Apocalypse theme song. Also, begging for the Calpus theme says, Aria, only on Fridays, right? Oh, yeah. Are we still starting production streams earlier in the day, or did that ever get solidified? It never got solidified. I think I'm going to do the first one early in the day. Like, I think my first production stream back is probably going to start at 9 a.m. And then we can talk about if that's a problem, or if you want me to move them to the evening. But this week's production stream, I think, is going to be a morning stream. Sorry, I have the hiccups now. From drinking water, no doubt. Did you restock Calpus? I have not restocked Calpus, but I have been to the stores, and it's in high supply, so it's not the weird... Remember the weird, like, Calpus shortage of 2021? Remember when I had to buy the bottle and pour it in? Ugh. Anyways, that's not the case, or at least it doesn't seem so right now, so I haven't bought any new cans yet, but I'll probably buy them when I get some time tomorrow. I'm kind of busy today. I might buy them tomorrow or Wednesday, I'm thinking. I remember the days when it was just a medley that I kept requesting. Yeah, a melody that I kept requesting, right? The doo-ba-da-ba, ba-ba-da-bee-da-da. Yeah, now it has home somewhere. Now Sony owns part. Remember? Remember the good old days where I didn't have to pay Sony every time I played this song? The USA command just like doesn't work. I don't know how to like, because there's a button for it. Oh, you know what? I know. Yeah, it's like super delayed now. It's super delayed now. I've got to fix that. It's just another thing I have to fix, guys. And part of these issues are me going from Streamlabs to What's wrong with my brain, man? I said going from Streamlabs from, and then my brain started playing a really fast... You know that movie Mike and Me? Or Me and Mike? Or Little Mike? The one where the kid finds the alien? It's like E.T. but not. My brain just started playing a very specific sequence from that movie, and like everything shut down. Like all of my energy was into recreating that scene at 2x speed. Sorry. Moving from Streamlabs to OBS. Not like Mike. I think it's called Mike and Me. Oh, that wasn't just me. No, it wasn't just you. It was everything. It's me. It's on my end. I'll fix it. Don't worry about it. The kid going off the cliff. No, that's not the scene that I'm thinking of, but thank you for at least knowing the movie. I'm thinking of there's a specific scene where they're going down into traffic. And the speed has been ramped up to show like cars weaving around like the little alien on like a little go-kart or something. That's what I'm seeing. It sucks. Please watch that movie. It sucks. I also thought you meant like Mike. No, not like Mike. And that's how I... What? And that's how I beat Shaq. Remember that, Oh, man. I don't want to reference that. Rest in peace. Aaron Carter. He had a song about beating Shaq at basketball back in the day. That used to be like a really big, like... That used to be a hitter on the playground. Anywho, the Paul Rudd and Conan. Yeah. Not that scene, but definitely that movie. That movie goes hard. Please watch it. It's horrible. I'm in news. Crap. Agnes is finally getting her, like, freaking drip on. She's finally doing the thing where she's not throwing. She's got kind of a mullet now, which is nice. We like to see the growth. Nobu is bigger. No real change. Booba has siblings. No real change. Zia. Let's talk about Zia, because Zia is doing something really weird, where the earlier fronds on Zia, you can see they're like getting like actually crispy. This is not from underwatering, nor is it from overwatering. I want to say part of it is because of the season, because it got colder, and there's also a lot of new growth. So the thing with plants is, I don't know anything about plants. Can we actually edit that in? Maybe I'll get like a button for that. I don't know anything about plants, but when I see dying, my immediate response is, uh-oh. However, when I see some leaves dying and new leaves growing, my response is, huh? And that's what's going on with Zia. So it's not just death. It's like there's new growth. And the bigger fronds, like there's no like yellowing or crustiness on these big guys. It's just the earliest fronds that she had, while there's new ones coming in. A good example of a new one. I don't know if you can see if the camera's got it, but there's like a little guy. See this guy here growing in? So there's like new fronds and they're green and they're happy and they're partying, baby. But like the oldest ones, like the ones that she had like when I got her, are doing this. They're like they're browning on the edges. They're super crusty, and she's getting new shield fronds. So there is growth. She's thriving. It's just like at the expense of some of the older fronds, which doesn't really feel good, right? Like I think as a plant person or a person who owns plants, you want them to look pretty. And it's just not the case all the time. You're going to have some yellowing. There's going to be some things dying off. A good example of a battle scar for Booba, since he is on camera at the moment. Ooh, that's crooked. Can we get straight? Yeah. So a good thing about Booba is if you look at Booba, right, tons of leaves. He's partying. He's having a grand old time. We got him. We got the big guys up here. But if you look at this leaf really closely, you can see, oh, maybe that's too dark. I can use the outside cam. But you can see where the earlier leaf is scarred really bad. You can kind of see it. I'll hold him outside and just like not drop him, because I want you to see it. If you look at that leaf, oh, wrong button. If you look at this leaf, you can see like markings on it, right? Where it's like, you can see the yellowing, like that dye, decay, the death marks, the death pox. You can see them. And the reason for that is because some of you guys will remember at the very beginning of season 4, a little bit of a throwback, at the very beginning of season 4, Booba had just gotten repotted and was dying. Booba was having a tough time from root rot because of the new pot that I put in. I messed up or whatever, growing pains. It was rotting. And so I propagated the few leaves that hadn't completely decayed to grow new bodies from there. And that leaf that's pretty scarred is the root rot leaf. Like that was the first leaf that came in. And so all of these new leaves came out and they're doing great. They're thriving truly. But that is like this kind of scar of like, oh, it's a season 3 scar, like season 3 going into season 4. And that's because I literally repotted Booba right before starting episode 401. And that's kind of why I didn't give Firo a haircut right before starting this season. I want to kind of like spend some time with him and do it right instead of just trying to rush a job for the sake of the stream. Also, since I'm talking about the game, I did get this, which is kind of funny because if you look at it, it's like I bought this frame and like put this in here, but it's a PS5 copy of the game. And it's a Nintendo Switch copy of the game. Also, like putting on like a nice little frame because I care about things. Because I take care of my stuff, guys. But I'm mostly just showing this off because I think it's cool that there's like a physical representation or proof that I did score a thing. And also, I don't own either one of these consoles, so I can't play the games anyway. Somebody might be like, oh, don't put them in you're putting them in a frame. How are you ever going to play them? I'm like, I can't. I physically can't. I don't have the hardware. So thank you, Nintendo and PlayStation, for allowing the game to exist on your platforms, right? Also Steam, but like, anybody can be on Steam. Anybody can. It's a clown's game. Lindsay says, why is that? Because I take care of my stuff feel so targeted? Because I feel like people think I don't take care of my stuff. It's like a common thread. People are like, you don't take care of your stuff. That's broken. This is old. I take care of my stuff. I'm just broke, okay? This was cheap. The games were free. It's the least they could do, right? Give me something for free. It's way too hot for this sweater. It's just simply too hot for this sweater. I am cooked. That is all the news, I think. Game came out. Album coming out this Friday. Plants are a little bit bigger. Viv moved away to the rainforest in the sky. If there's anything else that's left over, I'm just going to push it over to news for tomorrow. If that is okay, which of course it is, because we're way over time anyway. So if you still have a check-in, you can still give it to me. If you have news, which that probably would have just been part of your check-in, you can still give it to me. I am going to go on to song recommendations. Oh, that's a piece of news. Now the song recommendation isn't actually part of news. It's a completely separate section. It just felt weird. It felt weird having it bottled in, which, to be fair, I think that's how all of our segments start. Our segments on Morning Medley always start off as one thing being shoved into another segment until it's so, like, has a life of its own that we're like, oh, okay, just give it its own segment, I guess. Give it its own thing so it doesn't like encroach on things. And so now there is a song recommendation segment. It will be muted. I mean, just like all the other ones, I'll fix it in a few seconds.
I've got a song to share with you. 3 reasons to recommend a tune. Recommends.
What'd you say, Pernetic? Wait, is Pernetic talking about moving the games from the window so they don't get nuked with UV? Are you talking about the plants or the games? Because if you're talking about the plants, yeah, you're kind of right. You're kind of right. These boys, you know, they're not really... Oh, you're talking about the games. I should say nothing that... You're right, and they don't be here. Hold on. You're right. They aren't usually here. This is just for y'all. Everything that's a part of this stream is for y'all. The only things that are here permanently is this picture of me on the highway, this Katamari figure, and my bow ties. Everything else I actually move. This is a bookshelf. It's a bookshelf that I have books on. They're down here, actually. Like... I have like, and there's more too. Usually there's books on that shelf. I'm doing this is fake. This is a set. I don't live here. Oh, I'm in the song rec, so we're gonna recommend a song today. For anybody that has been super attentive for the past 10 months, you might recognize this song because I posted with the artist not too long ago. The plants are kind of their thing, yeah. Yeah, they do like the sun, right? Just like me. We're not so different, you and I. Me and you, we're not so different. I don't live here, got me, says Shaggy. I don't live here. This is a set. Yo, people be like shooting podcasts and stuff like that on a, like in a studio, like designed to shoot like with great lighting and stuff, and I'm like, oh crap. People really don't be working in their homes. Some people are like, ew, you work in your home? Ew, in front of me? Gross, put it away. Aria says, okay, now that I have time to type, can I get my check-in? Yeah, go for it. I'm just going to do the song recs. And I try not to interrupt myself during the song recs because it's a whole thing. But I will start my song rec and then I will immediately catch up on chat and then read your check-in. So don't think that I'm ignoring you. What is the first song recommendation of of this season's song recs? It's a song called... My buttons don't work. It's a song called No Other Drug by Bulgarian Car Trader. Just a little bit about Bulgarian Car Trader before I talk about the 3 reasons why I'm recommending this song. Like the name suggests, it's a Bulgarian artist. However, he is not a car trader. Actually, he might be. He might be. If you look at his Instagram, it's a lot of car talk, and it's a lot of like him fixing up cars. He might actually be a car trader. I don't know if it's like his brand or if it's a joke or whatever, but that's Bulgarian Car Trader. This song's called No Other Drug. I'm going to get to the 3 reasons why I'm recommending this song. The first reason why I'm recommending this song is actually a reason that we've covered a season ago, but some of you might not have been here, and it's something called gated reverb. Gated reverb, reverb in general, before we get into gated reverb, just for anybody that doesn't really know, reverb is kind of like a structural audio thing. And when I say structural, I mean like physical spaces. Reverb is supposed to emulate physical space. Like you have a reverb guitar pedal, we have reverb VSTs on our computers, like in Fruity Loops and Ableton, to emulate reverb. But actual reverb is simply just the sound that you get when you put a sound in a space and it bounces off of the walls in that space. So a lot of different things can change the character and the texture of reverb. What is that space made out of? Is it a wooden room? Is it a metal room? How big is that space? Is it the size of a bathroom? Is it the size of an amphitheater? Is there holes in that space where sound can truly escape? Like, there's a lot of stuff that can affect reverb in specific spaces. And since it's very expensive to actually go and record things in different spaces to get the reverb from them, we have now electronically recreated or tried to recreate and emulate a lot of the different reverbs that you would hear in physical spaces. Now, to say that, to move on to gated reverb, something happens when you're using reverb in a physical space. The sound has to leave its source and bounce around off of walls and then go to the listener. So if you are in my room with me and I'm talking to you, it might not seem like it because it's just a bedroom, but there are two things that are happening. I'm speaking words out of my mouth and they are going directly to your ears, but then there's a second type of sound where sound is going from my mouth, bouncing off of walls, and then going into your ears. Since sound moves so fast and you're just in a bedroom with me, there isn't a big refractory period where you're hearing my sound and then it's traveling all the way to my wall and then going into your ear. It's not really that big of a difference because it's a small bedroom. But the larger you make a space and the different materials you can make a space out of can actually change that quite a bit, which is how things like echoes happen, you have sound going and bouncing off of something and then coming bouncing off of another thing and then hitting you. And so there's kind of a delay. So, saying all that to say that with gated reverb, they're able to get the general sound of the reverb or emulate. They're able to emulate that general sound of the reverb, but cut off that delay, that decay, the decay of the sound where it's kind of still bouncing around the room for a little while. They cut that off. So you get all of the sonic body of being in an amphitheater or a theater or a big physical space, but none of the decay that you would get from actually physically being there. It's a thing that became popular in the 80s. Phil Collins used it a lot in Genesis, and it kind of just became a sound on its own that a lot of people use. So that is gated reverb. It is used in this song on the hook, and not as much on the verses. So if you're listening to this song, once you get to the hook, that is where the majority of the gated reverb is being used. Now that I've described it, you'll probably be able to pick it out and actually hear it. I know, I'm being baked by the sun, but let's keep it going to reason 2 why I want you guys to listen to this song. The second reason why I want you guys to listen to this song is also specific to the hook. It's called falsetto. Now, a lot of people know roughly what a falsetto is, but just in case you're in here and you're not exactly sure what it is, falsetto is kind of singing in a higher register, but it's a little bit more complicated than that, and I'll get into it. If you listen to Muse or if you've listened to Coldplay, you've probably heard quite a bit of falsettos. But what exactly is a falsetto? What makes it different from singing from your diaphragm or a head tone? Well, you have something inside of you called vocal cords, and I'm not going to go into a whole anatomic definition of what they are, what they do, why they do, and how they do. I'll just say they are little think of them like guitar strings where air vibrates them, right? That's what they do. So when you're singing and you're talking and you're making any sounds with your mouth, you are shaking those vocal cords. They're shaking to produce specific notes, to produce specific sounds. However, when we talk about having voice control, singers having voice control, we hear this term a lot. What exactly does it mean? It just means having a high level of control over the faculties of your vocal cords and air going through them, because you have to supply air to them in a very specific way. Now, things have a range, right? My keyboard has an 88 key range. Your voice has a range. Things always have a range, and there are always, in those ranges, ways to slightly modulate out of something's range, right? Think about a guitar. You can have a guitar and it does have a range. You can detune it to drop detuning, and now you're playing outside of that guitar's natural range. These come with a lot of other artifacts, I guess, and inaccuracies can come out of leaving your range, but you can do it. Imagine eating. You have a level of food that you can eat, that you can comfortably eat. Consider this your stomach's range. You can actually go quite a bit above that, right? But you do so at risk of discomfort or pain or sickness. Same thing can happen with singing. We all have a comfortable range that we can sing in. Your highest register, you can always extend that and go into a falsetto. But this is kind of defined by the specific breathy sound. When you're speaking and you're singing, you're putting out just enough air to shake those vocal cords to produce that sound, but not so much air that the air escapes through. A good example of this is when you see people singing in front of a candle to judge their own breath control, right? They're producing just enough air to shake their vocal cords, but not enough air to blow out a fire. This is how falsettos are done. If you're singing a falsetto, you're going so high that your body has lost control of the amount of air that is supplying to your vocal cords. So it's basically just blasting your vocal cords to get any type of movement in those higher registers. And this produces this kind of breathy, like, sound to falsettos. So if you're listening to somebody sing really high, like an opera singer, usually they're so trained and so prolific and skillful that they can hit these really high notes without producing that breathy falsetto sound. Mariah Carey's really good at this. Ariana Grande's really good at this. You have a lot of people that are really trained to get up there. But for some of us other people that don't have that level of breath control, we will just go into a falsetto, which is, again, just blasting so much air at those chords to get that vibration, but still producing enough air where you would say blow out a candle. This and singing is something that people do intentionally, but as a not trained singer, it's something that just naturally happens when you lack voice control. So that like whole boring definition on what falsetto is and how it's different from head tones is the second reason why I'm recommending this song. This entire song is sang in a normal, comfortable range until Bulgarian Car Trader reaches the hook, which is performed entirely in a falsetto tone. And if you're listening closely, you'll be able to tell the difference between that normal, comfortable range and that breathy, high, blasting air with vocal cords. But it's not so much a bad thing or a failure or seen as a lack of control all the time. It just like anything else, like a gated reverb, it's something that was done because people couldn't do the alternative correct way, and then over time it just kind of became a style within itself. So falsettos are completely okay to do now. I do them. Clearly Bulgarian Car Trader does them. Coldplay does them. We're all using falsettos. But that is the second reason I wanted you guys to listen to this song, because the hook is performed exclusively in falsetto. The third reason why I want you guys to listen to this song is breaks. I've used breaks in production streams. You guys have all heard breaks. You guys have seen the almond break a million times, right? You know the Powerpuff Girls intro. It's all over the place. A lot of times, especially now, with a lot of younger people getting into electronic music and getting specifically into breaks, you have a lot of artists like Pink Pantheress, which is a new artist, or even like Aphex Twin, a very old guard electronic music artist, who are both using breaks a lot. So breaks has kind of been adopted so heavily by electronic music that people think of it as an electronic music tool. Drum and bass is an electronic genre. Garage is an electronic genre. Jungle, break beats, breakcore, these are all electronic music genres that heavily use breaks. However, all of these breaks are sampled. I could do a whole hour talk about where a lot of these breaks come from, like the almond break and where that comes from and how there's a whole legal issue with that. But I won't get into that. Just know that all those breaks you're hearing in these electronic songs come from real bands, like old funk bands, old worship bands, old jazz bands actually doing a drum break, which was just a break in the song where the drummer would play by themselves. Think of it like a guitar solo, but for a drummer. This song, however, is not an electronic music. In the electronic music genre, I would say it's not an EDM song, but it uses drum breaks the old-fashioned way. You can hear when you listen to the song, somebody is on an actual drum set performing a true drum break underneath this song. That's the third reason why I want you guys to listen to this song. Again, all three of them is first, it uses gated reverb on the vocals. Second, there's falsetto used exclusively throughout the hook. And third, it actually uses like analog acoustic drum breaks as opposed to what we've all been kind of used to and accustomed to, which is more of an electronic music thing. And that has been added to the playlist. Command Rex to get that playlist. It's only one song now, so enjoy it while it's short and consumable. And that is the song recommendation for Monday, episode 501. Sorry, 501. Thank you, Liana. Thank you. I'm going to catch up on chat really quickly, and then we can start closing things down, I guess. Oh, I don't have like an ending scene. I'm just going to go back to news, because I don't want to be on song rec, so I'm not saying anything song rec, like recommendation-wise. Ari's check-in says, crazy week. Aang got me a wonderful birthday gift I'll never not freak out over. Second, my church pastor strong-armed me into going into youth conference in Georgia this coming Wednesday to Sunday. That's a stretch of time. It's a little tough on me financially in terms of getting items in preparation for the trip, but everything is all expense paid in a sense. Hey, that's pretty sick. Pay to get there and then like live like a king? All right. I didn't hit send. I'm actually glad you didn't hit send because then it didn't get like pushed out of chat. So thank you, Aria, for that. I'm gonna head out to take Gwen to the library. See y'all in the morning. Goodbye, kid. Tell Gwen I says hi and enjoy the library. Very educational, says Kat. Thank you. You're very welcome. Enjoy the song. Also, the only reason I know about Bulgarian Car Trader is because he performed in Hollywood. That's why that was supposed to be the beginning of the thing. I posted him in my Instagram story. Him performing this song live, which I still have videos of. I might put it in the. I might put the video I have of him playing it live in the Discord, just in case anybody cares. It's such a great song, and he's such a great artist. And the one thing that I do like about the only one thing I like about Los Angeles is I feel like music-wise, there's always like freaking Bulgarian artists or like some random person from like South Africa coming through, like, and I'm not talking about like playing big stadiums, just like somebody like coming through tour here, like world acts, and I do really love that, because as much as local music is important and can be great, especially when you're trying to get in touch with your local community and culture, it's also nice to be able to have like a sneak peek at like what people are listening to, on the other side of the globe, physically, right? Because I can always just pull up a playlist on Spotify and hear what people are listening to in Germany. But it's interesting to have like a German like punk band actually come through and be like, oh, this is what you guys are on. It's pretty cool. Pretty cool. Anyways, great song. Catching up on chat. I think I am caught up on chat. I will listen early, says Liana. Thanks for the Rex, says Jelly Star. You're very welcome. Thanks for listening to me talk about a bunch of boring stuff. People do that, says Lucy, the candle thing. Oh, yeah. It's like an old world thing. It's kind of like how people would walk with books on their head to like judge their posture and their gait to make sure they were walking like a proper human. People do the candle thing. It's also just really good thing to like, if you're singing, if you're ever a singer and you want to like judge your breath control, some people just put a hand in front of their mouth and like hear how much air they're putting out. And it's not that, I want to say this really quick before I move on. It's not that it makes you a poor singer. I want to get that across. Having low breath control doesn't mean you're a bad singer, okay? Just think of it like breathing. You can't be you can't really be a bad breather, right? Like, you're a human, you're going to breathe. The thing about breath control when singing, though, is especially if you're singing for extended periods of time, like if you're just singing in the shower, whatever, who cares? But if you're going to be like performing like for 40 minutes in front of a crowd, it's a lot. And so breath control is just more about efficiency than it is about skill. Like, if you're using less breath, you're going to get tired less. It's literally the definition of working smarter, not harder. If you have proper breath control, you're going to be able to hit certain notes easier than somebody like me, who is going to have to blast so much air through my vocal cords just to hit a note that I'm wasting breath, right? I'm going to run out of breath a lot faster than somebody with proper breath control. Whew. Okay. My asthma says otherwise. Yeah, like some people are just like predisposed to bad breathing. Just don't know how to breathe good. Can't get right. Lindsay says, seems more about endurance than voice hygiene, right? Yeah, it's definitely more like an endurance thing and like a control thing. There's a certain thing like, I don't want to spend much time on this, but I play DDR a lot, and like you'll see some people play DDR and they're really about efficiency. Like, you'll look at their feet. Liana knows what I'm on. Cyber knows what I'm on. You'll look at their feet and their feet are moving like this much to hit all 4 arrows. It's just like these little baby stomps. And they look goofy. They look like a clown. Yeah, I'm talking to you, lightsteppers. You look like clowns up there. You are doing the furthest thing from dancing. I know it's DDR. It's not really a dance game, but like, come on, man. Give me something. Give me some hip movement or something. This like freaking little... Anyways, it's about efficiency. They can easily play a song that has like 1,500 arrows and feel it way less than somebody goofy like me who's moving my whole like hips and body and everything. It's just an efficiency thing. I like the full dance, folks, spinning and stuff. Yeah, that's my style. That's the vibe I'm on. I'd be tired after like 9 songs, though. I can't go all night. I'll be tired after 9 songs, but those light steppers, they can stay on there for like an hour. That's why I like Dance Rush, closer to dance than DDR. I like Dance Rush conceptually, but I'm a grandpa, and so I like DDR more. But yeah, conceptually, I think Dance Rush is a better dancing game, and DDR is a better rhythm game. Ooh. I just like freestyled that, but I think there is a difference between a dancing game and a rhythm game. I'll get to that later, maybe in another stream. Got hit those brackets? Yeah, exactly. They got like 75% of their foot is on the bracket. Oh, Christ. Okay, I think that's it. We did the check-in, we did the news, we did the song recs. You guys have been very patient with some really poor sound. If there's anything else, say it now. Oh, say it proud. Okay, sorry. Distracted. I need to check and see if there's anybody to raid. Also, I need to figure out how to raid with my new setup. Thank you, honestly, everybody, for being patient with this. It's 1 o'clock. I know we've had streams go this long before, but this is not the normal. This is just my first, thing back. Things will be fine. We'll be chill. I just had to get it off. And some of the check-in. Some people missed the heavy check-in. I'm gonna be asleep, says Chibi Lucy. When? Gonna be asleep. When? Oh, is Titanium online? Yeah, we gotta go there then. We gotta go there. How do I do that? I knew how to do that with Streamlabs. Did I ever know how to do that, actually? Did I ever know how to do that? Delete the VOD? Liana, did I ever know how to do that? Oh, you know what? I should be playing the theme. Oh my god, heaven help me. Oh, am I gonna get it cut off? I hate speeding through this song. It sounds so whack. Oh, I forgot. Oh no! Wait, Liana, stop it! Stop the count! Stop the count! Sorry. I'm starting over, I messed up. Thanks, Liana. Also, I'm very sorry. I know I'm annoying. I forgot the key change. Nobody cares about the key change but me. But the intro version of this song and the outro version are different. Yeah, I need that key change or I'll get pissed. Thank you, Liana. I'm so hot. I haven't been hot in so long. Wait, what is this? Is there a check-in at the very end? Oh my god. Okay, I'm gonna read it really quick and then I'm gonna leave. Aria says, okay, so check-in, crazy week, wait, I read that. I read this! You're scamming me! Aria, I read that! Wait, oh, is it longer? Sorry. Sunday, it's a little tough on me financially, in terms of getting items prepared for the trip. Wait, I did read this. Aria! Did I read this? Can you guys hear me?